Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Onward VR Master League Round Robin Group B pre-show. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's, and I am joined by a few casters in our pre-show desk today. To my immediate right is the one and only Trip. How are you today, Trip?
I'm doing pretty good.
And on the back end, we have the likes of Wookie with 1 E. Wookie, how you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for having me.
Excellent. And Sleepy with 2 3s. How are you, Sleep?
Hey, good morning, NightFiree. Excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Oh yeah, today is going to be a pretty exciting day if Group A was any indicator. We had some pretty wild matches yesterday, and we'll dive in to the teams, what we can expect, all of that in just a moment. What I first want to get through is sort of the breakdown of what we've had go on so far and what these teams are competing for. Right now, they're competing to get into that semifinals next weekend and ultimately come out on top and earn over $15,000 in prizing. There is over $3,500 in raw cash for the winning team, on top of prizes from every single one of our sponsors. And we've gone through that sponsor list. It's pretty long, and it's all inclusive on every sort of VR device you need. Like you can really get fully kitted out with anything with your whole VR set by winning a season and winning the Season 10 Cup. And it's a long road. We've just had the Challenger Cup last weekend, Cup A and Cup B. The finalists of both of those cups just faced off yesterday. Congratulations to ALG for coming out on top there. That finalist now moves in to Round Robin Group B and faces off against VRML's worldwide ranked 1, 4, and 5. So they are facing off against arguably the best of the best in the VRML. And then the top two from Round Robin Group A, which was yesterday, and Round Robin Group B, which is today, move in the next weekend where we have our semifinals, elimination bracket, best of fives to wrap things up. It's exciting times. But we got Group B ahead of us, which is some interesting teams. And Trip, I'll start with you. I want to get your thoughts on just this pool as a whole, on Group B in comparison to Group A. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, we have a lot of EU teams in today's matchups. There's 3 EU teams and 1 NA team, as opposed to yesterday that was 3 NA and 1 EU. So, these guys, and I've played them. I played them all.
Yeah.
Beginners, Silent Purge, Vikings, Aimless Gaming. They're all great. And they're all different. They all play different styles. And I think we're going to see a big clash of aggression and held back play styles. And we're going to see that change with the flick of a switch, which is what makes these teams the top teams.
Yeah, and I mean, if you talk about play styles, you can really... all of these teams do have I would really consider pretty drastically different play styles. And we'll start with the beginners squad in this group stage. The number 1 team ranked worldwide, number 1 EU. And Sleepy, I'll start with you because you've been around for a while. These beginners have been around since Season 2 of the VRML. What is your perceived play style of this beginners team?
First of all, I feel personally attacked. And I am not old. No. I think beginners have done a lot to change up their play style. There for a while, from, I'd say, arguably from the Season 4-ish time frame to about, I want to say Season 8 or so, the beginners had a very trademarked slow and steady wins the race play style. I mean, you could call it every time. We as casters knew that anytime we picked up a beginner's game, we were in for a lengthy one, and and that's fine. Occasionally we might have made some complaints and said, enough is enough. It's too long. But everyone plays their own way. But they have a reason for doing it that way. But recently they have been able to change that up. They're able to mix things up between slow pace and quick pace stuff. They're able to apply pressure. They're also able to do stealthy things. And of course, they've also been able to adapt to the changing meta with some of the equipment suspensions due to some update issues within the game itself. So I think beginners are always looking solid. I don't really think there's any time you can ever really worry too much about them.
Yeah.
I think they'll be just fine today. I'll be interested to see kind of how things shake up between the other 3 teams in this group today.
Yeah, beginners kind of your safe bet, I suppose. But you know, if we look at their roster, it's because it's full of very skilled players. Dr. Killinger, Icy Woods, Paz, Smoils, Strazak, Cushberries, and Woods 43. If you see any one of those players in your lobby, you know you're going to be in some trouble. And Wookie, I want to get your thoughts before we move on to the next team. Who do you see as sort of a key fragger, or like the most valuable player, if you will, in that beginner squad?
You know, I don't really watch as much EU teams as I probably should. I wouldn't know who the best fragger is per se, but I know that beginners just move together real slow and methodical, and then they all kind of converge at the same time. So I wonder if they're going to mix it up this time around, if they're going to stick to their roots and try that out and see how it works. I mean, things have changed so much without Smoke, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how all this plays out today.
Yeah, it should be a pretty exciting set to watch. We've got beginners obviously in that pool, and then we'll move on to maybe the NA side of things. ALG, the recently qualified Challenger Cup finalist. They looked pretty dang good against Animal House. Had some pretty skilled maneuvers go on. A wild knife play, a couple of excellent pushes in. I mean, they were looking strong. And Trip, I mean, we were watching. You know, we saw ALG. You know, what are your thoughts on this team going into this group stage?
They are looking very, very strong. I mean, and taking down Animal House is no joke. But Animal House was fighting for the 8th place. We're now talking about 1 through 7, or, you know, so the teams are different, but ALG had it on lock yesterday. I mean, they were coordinated. They were winning rounds with 5 still standing. Everything looked good, except for the grenades. The grenades were a little off. I'm assuming they worked on those. But other than that, man, I'm excited. I think they've got a great chance for a new team. Previously Peacekeepers, previously something else. They've only been here a season and a half. So, I mean, what a way to end your second season.
Yeah, it is certainly an excellent way to solidify yourself as a squad. You know, I definitely anticipate to see more of them. And obviously, we're going to see them more of them today. Sleepy, I want to get your thoughts on ALG as a whole. What kind of play style do you think we're going to see out of this team? Because we know beginners are that methodical style. Do you think ALG is the same, or?
Well, in a way, yeah, they are in a lot of ways. And I think also, like beginners, they're good at being able to change up the pacing. They do tend to favor more slow and methodical over any sort of quickness or rush play, but you know, they do a good job. I've been quite impressed with their play over the season, and you know, it's been something I've been thinking about recently. You know, as older players in the league, as veteran players in the league, like yourself or myself, Trip, and some of these other folks who join us on the desk today, you know, we oftentimes think like, oh man, it's not possible that this new team is this good. But you know, new players come into games all the time, both in the 2D realm and here in VR, and you know, they come in and they shake things up. Like they're just, you know, they have an innate talent for this game, or shooters in general. They have experience in real life situations that might give them the edge in how to make decisions or something like that. Or you have teams that come together and they just click. You know, that's a big part of Onward, right? Is clicking with your team, cohesion, you know, synchronization. You have to know what's going on out there, and you have to know what your teammates are doing out there. And so the better your team can click and mesh with one another, the easier that becomes. And so we see teams like Mayhem, we see teams like you know, Blaze in their initial seasons, we see teams like Aimless Gaming and others. You know, Velociraptors and other teams were performing quite well this season as well for new teams. So you know, it's something that we have to try and get ourselves out of as the older generation of Onward players who were around since the beginning now. You know, there are new cats who are going to be coming in and shaking things up from this point forward, especially as more and more folks are getting VR headsets and PC VR headsets and such.
Well, you talk about the older generation. ALG does have Captain Soda on there, and I want to kind of dive into this roster a little bit and give Wookie a second chance to test his NA knowledge on players here. I mean, when you look at this active roster, you know, Seaquick, Nardu, Virus, Captain Soda, Fume, and John, who do you see as sort of the key player there in that ALG team?
I don't know. I mean, Soda's such a new pickup. I feel like ever since he's joined the team that he's just really kind of driven them to like work together a bit more. Like they used to kind of play as individuals, and I feel like ever since Soda came on board, I've seen people be a bit more cohesive and work together a bit more. So I would say Soda.
No, I do kind of agree with you. I think bringing in somebody that's been around for, his picture is from season 2 or something. It's
Yeah.
he's been around in the VRML since its inception. He's been around in Onward since its inception. He is a skilled player. Most people that play on his roster or play with him can attest to how skilled Soda is. He is an excellent shooter. And like you said, he can easily command a team. We got to keep moving on, though. We got 2 more teams to highlight here today. We'll move on to Silent Purge, and I'm gonna keep going, with the tried and true formula. And we'll start with you, Trip. When you look at Silent Purge, what do you see here?
Well, I gotta say personally, Silent Purge is one of my favorite EU teams to play against. They have aggression, they've got flanking, they've got strategy, they've got everything.
Yeah.
And their lineup right now is amazing. Dawn Patron, Button UK, Hoochie UK, Malno, Scorpio, Architect, Rushers, and Sri Lankan. They're all players that when they come into the lobby, and they've been doing really well. I mean, they're 7-3 for this season, so haven't lost a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, they are a very powerful team. I'll switch up the formula a little bit here. Sleepy, I want to get your thoughts on the roster. Who do you see here as the active threat in this Silent Purge team? Because I think there's a couple when I'm looking at it.
Well, yeah, absolutely there are. I mean, yeah, I don't
Depends
know
on which
that I
team
could
you're
choose.
talking about.
Yeah.
Well,
it's
Hoochie's the biggest danger to Silent Purge.
Yeah, for me, there's multiple people on the Silent Purge squad that I would be watching, but it all is going to be dependent on who they play as on their roster today on the active 5.
Yeah.
Scorpio was a big playmaker for Boss Fight back in the day, and to see him back on the roster again and playing after he had taken a break again for a while is nice to see. So I'd have high expectations if I see him out on the field today. Rushers, I know from a previous Dangler affiliation. He's a playmaker as well, gets things done. I mean, I just could not make a call. Mano constantly comes through with these weird flank plays. Hoochie is a dead shot, but can also be a dead team killer. Button, Dawn Patron, Sri Lankan, all threats. I mean, you really could call any one of them out, but it would really depend also on the chemistry of the active 5 on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing we do talk about is having that full active roster and how important it is to the team. To be able to substitute in a expert in a certain situation becomes very important. I mean, Wookie, you're playing on one of the top teams. Do you guys have experts for certain maps? Is that a strategy that you've prescribed to? Is it something that you believe in?
Yes and no. I mean, sometimes we will, sub out a player if they're available, if they are definitely stronger on a certain map. Sometimes, though, we'll just ride the momentum. If we're doing really well, we don't want to mix things up too much, and we just want to keep it going, and we won't sub a player just for that reason. So we don't really have any set players per se, but yes.
I mean, we've seen that happen too, right? We've seen people sub in for their regular even after just winning a round, and then it comes back and bites them in the butt. It's certainly something that you have to be prepared for. We got to keep moving on here. We're getting dangerously close to game time. The final team in this group stage, definitely not the last, but Vikings. Trip, give me your thoughts.
Strong team. We've seen them running at the top of the game for the last, couple of seasons.
2 seasons, yeah.
Yeah, they turned it on season 8 or season 7. They weren't the highest ranked team, and then they found their niche. They just got that teamwork down, and they rocketed to the top, and they've been there ever since.
Yeah, I mean, they have some powerful players on there. Nutjob, Fimifungi, Krorzy, Lone Miyagi, Noctum, Nolix, Shadow Warrior. They got a full list of very skilled shooters on there when you look at that roster. I think I would consider, like we've been saying with almost every team here today, I don't think you get to the group stage by really having one standout shooter. I think Boss Fight really are kind of unique in that sense, in that they have sort of a designated sniper. I think some other teams do have designated snipers as well, but they don't necessarily. A lot of these teams they have that full roster being able to take control at any moment, and it's the same case with Boss Fight too. But it just kind of makes me think of them having that. You have Viper as sort of your the face, I guess, or not the face, the mask. But yeah, Vikings definitely an all-around threat. I want to wrap this up and get everyone's thoughts and feelings on who's going to come out on top of this Group B stage. It's a big moment. You get two predictions. You get two choices. Okay, so you're just culling the group in half. It's not that hard. All right. We'll start with you, Trip. Who do you think's going to come out on top of Group B?
Aimless and Silent Purge.
You don't even think Beginners is going to make it out? Okay.
We've seen him get beat multiple times.
True. That's not been something that has historically happened. Oftentimes, Beginners and Globochem, who is not active this season, have been teams that have gone undefeated in the regular season. They don't lose games. That's not been the case this season. You're right. They have lost. So a bold prediction to kick things off from Trip. We'll see if that ends up coming true. Sleepy, I'll follow up with you next.
Yesterday, I'm not as confident as yesterday. Yesterday, I was like, bing, boom, I'm done. I'm out of here. I definitely want to say Silent Purge, and I kind of want to also go with Aimless. I want to try and see what happens with the Cinderella story type event here today, but I can't discount Beginners that quickly. While Trip is accurate, Beginners have taken some losses from some of the teams, I believe, in this group, in fact.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Beginner, Silent Purge.
Gosh, starting to get nervous here. Wookie, you're up last on the list. Well, I guess I'm last, but Wookie, you're up next. Who do you think's coming out on top?
Man, I gotta give it to Beginners. I think that they're gonna take this one way or another.
And who's your second choice?
ALG, I think, has been showing a lot of promise after, especially how well they played yesterday. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep an eye on both of those teams.
These are historic predictions, people, because I don't think we've ever had a Challenger Cup victor move on through the group stage, unless someone can. I mean,
I don't think so. No,
but I don't think I've ever seen it happen.
Unless Boss Fight, but no, I think even Boss Fight, when they won through the challenge, they had to play their Challenger Cup, still lost out in the group stage.
Yeah,
but it would have been Blaze or Boss Fight. Maybe Legionnaires that would have done it, but I don't think Legionnaires have gotten to the group stage after winning Challenger Cup, because I think Legionnaires hold the record for most Challenger Cup wins currently from their number of seasons in the league. But anyways,
yeah, they are a team that has always been there. Yeah, we are. That's for dang sure. And it's exciting to be on the cusp here. We're so close to these rounds starting, just about 10 minutes away from diving into our first set of rounds. Let's take a quick gander at what we have coming up on both channels for you today. Coming in on this channel on the VR Master League, as well as venues, Facebook and YouTube, we have Beginners versus ALG, Beginners versus Silent Purge, and Silent Purge versus ALG. Over on Onward Master League Yeah, that's right. Onward Master League _VRML. Recently changed, so if you have it bookmarked, make sure you update it. We have Silent Purge versus Vikings, Vikings versus ALG, and Beginners versus Vikings. So it's going to be the Vikings show over on Master League 1 if you want to get a look at what that team's going to be bringing to the table. Make sure you're tuning in over there. Otherwise, you're going to want to stay right here. Get your multi-streams up so you can watch both of the games simultaneously and never miss out on a piece of Onward action, because frankly, you're not going to want it. There's going to be there's going to be some wild plays today. I can almost guarantee it. With that, we will be signing off of our Group B pre-show. We will be all seeing you in just a few minutes on both respective channels. So again, don't go anywhere, but we appreciate you for hanging out. We appreciate you for listening to us ramble and predict, and we will see you all in just a few minutes. Do not go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Onward VR Master League postseason Group B round robin. My name is NightFiree with 2 E's, and I am joined by several casters today. You can only, well, you can't really see them, but we have Theta. Theta, how are you doing today?
Excellent, thank you.
Glad to have you on board, as well as Sleepy in the analyst desk. Sleepy, how is it up there?
Going well. Sorry, just coordinating with our teams a little bit here still for the first round, but I am excited to get into it, that is for sure.
Oh yeah, it is going to be a really interesting start to this group stage. I mean, you want to talk about a good way to kick off a Sunday afternoon. It's going to be with this beginners ALG matchup. ALG, both of these teams were the teams that the majority of our desk today picked as the winners of this group stage. And so we're going to see what's going to happen here today. If ALG are bringing the thunder, if you will, because they are really getting tested. They have just won that the Challenger Cup. That is a great achievement, don't get me wrong, but it's a different thing when you go up against a team like beginners. Am I right, Theta?
Absolutely. They're at a completely different level than most other teams.
They are, yeah, a very dangerous group of players that you have to be watching out for, because they will they never give up. You know, they're a team with so much experience that they've done everything. They've come back from 3-0s, from 3-1s. They've dominated 3 maps in a row, won 4-0 every map. They've done it all, so to speak. They've lost, you know, at the top. They have the most experience, I would say, honestly, out of any team in the entirety of the top 10. And so I'm very interested to see what beginners again bring to the table. But at the same time, ALG is the dark horse, the Challenger Cup victor. And honestly, I don't know what to expect, because these teams don't play each other. You know, ALG hasn't played any of these EU teams, I don't think. Maybe one of them in the Button Cup. I'd have to go back and take a look at who they played then, but I don't think they've had the opportunity to face off against these EU squads, and so it's going to be really interesting to see how this fresh team goes up against that EU batch. That's what I'm really looking forward to here today. Let's get into pick bans, kind of assess what we might have coming at us down the pipeline. Theta, what do we have for bans today?
So, first of all, ALG is banning Downfall.
Okay.
And beginners are banning Cargo.
Well, that gives us some insight then. You know, I understand the Cargo ban. That's ALG being good at close quarters, excelling in sort of that chaos. They have very good shooters there. Soda's great on close quarters. And then the ban from ALG on Downfall makes sense, because beginners, they're great on Downfall. They really are. They can cap on most teams on Downfall. They have great strategies for moving forward. They were doing suppressive fire before anybody, and I really want to see what kind of suppressive fire tactics, what sort of leap and bounding movements they bring to this matchup today. It's going to be really exciting to see. And our first map does look like it's going to be Bazaar. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, just backtrack a little bit. So they have faced each other from the Hiatus Cup.
Okay.
The hiatus tournament, whatever you want to say.
Interesting.
And Aimless actually beat them the first time they faced them, and then they were in the final and beginners won. But here's the interesting wrinkle. ALG has completely reconstituted their roster since then.
Yeah.
So it's really up in the air. You don't know. I think there's only 2 original members from that squad that are still on ALG and playing. So you don't know what's going to happen. And their playstyle is the most amorphous playstyle of the entire league, in my opinion, because they have a lot of turnover like that. And they've also been mixing in veterans, like we were talking about in the pre-show, and Captain Soda. And the other piece of this, I think, is that having experience in the postseason really matters, because it's a totally different mindset. You're playing where if you lose, you go home and you don't play at all after that. And
Yeah, you're
not, sorry, go ahead.
No, your season's done for several weeks. You know, it's over. You're not playing in a regular season again until season 11. So yeah, it's certainly all on the line right here for both of these teams.
Yeah, and it's a level of pressure that people aren't used to. And when you are playing in that situation, I mean, you play in the regular season, you drop a game, you're like, well, that wasn't fun, but what can we learn from it? Let's do better next week.
Yep.
You can't make those kinds of mistakes. And so for me, I think the weird transition we're going to have to see is ALG going to be more conservative? Because that, you kind of have to. I think it was being talked about on cast yesterday during the first round where you kind of have to play a little more carefully because mistakes echo throughout the rest of the tournament. If you drop one match or one round even sometimes, that can make the difference between moving on to the next stage or not. And I think ALG will have to be a little more conservative to get through it. And that's, in my opinion, why Beginners does so well in the postseason, because they know how to play that game so well. They know how to take advantage of the nerves of other people and just wait them out and force them to make mistakes. And Bizarre, I think, is going to be a good setup for that because ALG will be tempted to play aggressively on a smaller map, and Beginners can kind of do their normal formula of being patient, picking them apart.
It's a, you said ALG is capable of the slow, the fast. We said Beginners capable of the slow and the fast, but our first map, we're going to Bizarre. I think it's just kind of the perfect environment to really, for a first map for both of these teams. I don't know if I really favor one or the other here. The objectives are volatile on this map. We've seen tons of caps, aggressive maneuvers, flanks, all kinds of routes you can take to thread the needle between the defensive setup. It really requires a diligent defense to properly defend Bizarre objectives. Pun intended.
Yeah, and that's going to be an excellent test. I have to say I'm personally glad that they banned Downfall because that's going to be the kind of game we all expect, and this one gives us the opportunity for more volatility, as you said.
We have both teams in the lobby ready to go. Round one about to begin. Let's take a quick look at the active rosters for today. Coming in from ALG, we have Captain Soda, Nardu, Seaquick, Virus, and John CZ. And over on Beginners, we have Killinger, Woods, Strajek, Paz, and Smoils. Regular crowd from both sides, nothing out of the ordinary. Let's see how Beginners set up on defense for round one of map one of Group B.
Well, we already have a line of ALG players, 4 of them pushing into the west. This has become a little bit of a trademark for ALG of either a full team or at least 4 members going in one direction.
You're really right on that, Theta. I've heard from several players now as well. The ALG style is very team-oriented. They're almost always together. And if you can catch the ALG movements, then you know where the good chunk of the team is headed. You have a good idea. Here we have a nice setup from Paz early here to watch for the rotation that is coming out here. Seemingly Virus and John aware of the risk of peeking out of this corner, as is Soda. They've done their homework. They know that anyone can be looking down this north lane right now, and Soda is trying to ID things. John's trying to find an angle. Oh, he might see Paz through the crack here, a very tight angle. No, I don't think he IDs him.
Wow, yeah, that laser just cutting right through such a narrow slice of the wall. And if John comes into that space, he is not going to have a chance to fire back. That's just too narrow of an angle, I would suspect.
Paz dialed in right onto him, but he can't spot him behind those crates. John is staying just low enough. And again, it just shows you the knowledge that these players have. They know the risks. John just bounces out there. Paz calls it out. And that's how he has to cross. You get as far out as you can behind those crates. Now Paz's position is known. He's out in the open. There's plenty of shooters here to take fire at Paz. Soda swings wide and finds a pretty easy kill.
And just looking on the map right now, I'm seeing Seaquick as the lone flanker. He is trying to come around into the east. He has been playing this role, I've noticed, in several games where he's sort of the guerrilla. He goes out and on defense, he will push and get in people's faces and then bounce away. And then on offense, he plays this flanker role. Let's see how they coordinate this.
Just a little safety fire there from Nardu, putting some rounds into The wood crates that are penetrable. Oftentimes you'll see a defender prone or take a crouch spot there. It's very easy to blend in and get a couple of easy pickups. So Nardu just doing his due diligence, taking some shots. The thing is he's going to be ready for Woods, who's lined up for a very similar shot, but in a different slat. Yes, he is. Woods misses on the corner. Nardu goes for the swing, challenges him there, and finds the kill. Soda seems to have been identified here. He drops back for a little more cover into the window. Killinger up here on the north side, looking to actively defend this push coming in from the trio here.
Yeah, and Quick and Smoils are about to come on to each other as well. Oh, Quick definitely just heard that. And Strayjack takes out Captain Soda across the market. But Smoils and Quick right next to each other, just inches away now. It's just a matter of who sees who first, and Quick pushes the corner. Wow.
The swing there. Now the push coming in. Killinger shuts down one. John's managed to get inside. Killinger's still here and able to defend. And he hears footsteps behind him. John's upstairs. Pads out. Nardu's here as well. His pads out. Stragic has to defend from 2, and he can't do it. ALG start off the series with a cap against beginners.
Incredible.
Sleepy, what did I just see?
Well, you saw exactly kind of what you were talking about there at the start of the round. ALG's tactics are very squad-based, very team-focused. They stay close together. They keep each other covered. They did spread out a little bit there towards the end, as you saw, but overall they did a great job at just kind of picking off the defenders, and their cornering ability is on tier 1 right now. I mean, both times that they were able to take out a couple of well-set defenders in their angles, and they were able to do so by just cornering with good speed and aiming at the right spot. I mean, when we saw Nardu get shot at by Icy Woods there, you know, Icy Woods took shots. He had a minute to back out there and reassess and come back around that corner. And then Quick, when it comes to, you know, him popping around the corner on, I forget who that was at the moment.
Smoils.
You know, that's just a popular corner. That's one that you train for. So, you know, what I've seen is skilled play so far, and interesting to see a cap come out right out of the gate like that.
Yeah, I mean, that spot, you throw nades oftentimes in Smoil's direction there. But, yeah, I mean, playing it silent until that last moment to then surprise the defender is certainly a solid bit of work there to catch off guard beginners and ultimately push in and get a 2-0 lead here. Again, though, Kayot is along with a couple of other objectives, very hard to defend.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. But what I will say about the beginners' defense and what they did a great job of was, you know, they identified the west spawn first, and immediately they rotated over an extra man. Killinger rotated over to help support, and then Paz was up there watching that angle. And unfortunately, he does get, you know, picked off, but ultimately it was still a good attempt from beginners, and up until the end their defensive rotation was good. So
early shots from the east spawn to get them into a pretty forward position over here on the north side. I wonder if this defense is going to be ready for such a heavy push. Again, more suppressive fire coming in up through the middle from Killinger. Over down onto Nardu, trying to keep him tucked in.
One is east blue room too.
Yeah, beginners have committed almost completely to the east side. Not a single person sent to flank. So, slightly different strategy than what we were seeing from ALG with the single flanker coming around on the opposite side. It looks like beginners are just going to concern themselves exclusively with the east and the center.
Yeah, saved by that hitbox, you lucky fuck. Killinger blue room. Grenade.
Nardu about to face off against Paz, Icy Woods, and Killinger in this east market. He has been ID'd Shots coming out. Nardu takes out Icy Woods. And then Killinger comes in for a very quick refrag. And they're going to have to contend with Virus holding this angle from the back of Kiat facing east.
It's a solid spot to be tucked in. Again, though, like the Spoils position, a frequently, checked corner here. Oftentimes nades come, Killinger can get an angle from his window if he so desires. Oz can't quite see what he wants to. Soda looking for a little slice of life. Killinger finds Virus in that back corner, just like I was talking about, peeks up through the window. Soda now looking for an answer back, but he's not going to find it. Killinger drops off, and Beginners now have 2, and the defense on objective slowly gets to weaker and weaker.
Yeah, and these rounds are just showing how difficult it is to defend Kiat against an effective offense. Both of these teams know how to play Marsoc well. And Straight Jack gets another one on Captain Soda. John is the only one left directly on objective. Seaquick is still in the west. And Straight Jack is moving into the rear, and he trades with Pause. Straight Jack now, and Seaquick rushing back into objective.
It's an impossible task for him. He has to check so many angles.
Oh.
Actually,
because it was a self-down, they get 2 points. Oh, man, it's counted as a cap because,
my goodness,
that is brutal.
Wow, we're not officiators here, but I can't imagine that counts as 2 points. But, yeah, the way that the game works, for those that are really confused right now, I don't blame you, it's fine. We'll take a breath. And we'll assess the situation. If you are the last Volk defender and you down yourself, it counts as 2 points for the enemy team. This reason being is that if you are the last Volk defender and you suspect that the team is capping on you, in the past, you could shoot yourself, down yourself, and that would end the round and only end in a 1-point win for the enemy team. And so that strategy has been prevented by, obviously, encouraging Volk teams not to shoot themselves when they're the last defender. We'll wait on whatever moderation says, but I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that that's gonna be 1 point instead of 2. I can't imagine that we would count that as 2, but that's what's happened.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. I don't think they'll let that stand.
I didn't see it. Did either of you have your cameras on it? I mean, it didn't look.
Yes.
And I heard his silenced gun shoot, so no one else had the silenced G36.
Yeah, he was running out to meet Stray Jack. I was following him, and he shot himself in the head on accident for sure.
Well, this is interesting. It seems we have a.
I think that was maybe an unintentional round start. Maybe they're.
Again, the auto start possibly running.
We'll see. We'll see what's going to happen here. But yeah, that was a strange. I mean, you could. what a weird thing to have happen in the.
I would say, yeah. So long as it doesn't appear to be intentional in any way, yeah, it shouldn't count as as a suicide rule 2 point. There, but again, we're not officiators, so we'll have to let moderation decide. Yep. Until then, we'll just have to continue capturing what's happening, and what's happening is the match continuing.
Yeah, ultimately, it's not going to play an effect unless Beginners get a cap next round, but that is ALG.
What it really shows is that ALG is confident. I mean, they got a cap in their first Marsoc attempt. What's to say they won't get another one, you know?
Yeah.
From the window.
And we're seeing almost an identical formula this time around. 4 in one direction and Seaquick sent on a flank. This time they are coming through the west, although they're not as concentrated as they were last time. Still very strong west presence. And they have spotted Killinger, and he was just saying he is not going to peek again. Sounds like a good idea to me. Just spotted Captain Soda crossing the street. They now know that there is at least one. And like you were saying earlier, NightFiree, if you see one ALG player, you should know there's a group of them nearby. So they can probably guess now what the push is going to be and where it's coming from. And Icy Woods is positioned on top of this back alleyway. Oh, and he goes down just as Captain Soda is starting to peak. Such is the law of Onward, as we all know.
Seems like Soda is dialed in here, waiting for this Woods rotation on this end, though. The question is he going to catch him soon enough in that window? Because I think, oh no, that he's protected from that angle. He's tucked himself enough into the corner. He's waiting for the exposed move from Woods. Certainly a smart way to be holding that. Now he's checking the window right when Woods is there, so he most likely spotted that cross. And if he didn't, Woods is fortunate enough to keep his position secret. Killinger's still here, holding this slice of life, trying to get picks as they cross out. But I think it's too tight of an angle. He can't actually track when they come out from that cross, and so he hasn't caught anybody. And essentially, everyone from ALG that's wanted to cross has.
Yeah, and they are stacking now. Looks like John and Captain. Oh, and IC comes back to that position and catches Captain Soda. John is now isolated in that far southwest area. I don't think he was ID'd on the cross, so IC Woods could potentially get flanked depending on how he rotates. If he rotates, I should say.
I like John's drop back here to switch it up. Ooh, Straysjack catching one out with a nade. But this rotation is going to snag Woods for John. A good bit of movement. Gets in the kill. Straysjack finds his confirm in the street. And the rest of ALG is slowly working their way up across that east side, but Paz is right there.
Oh, C-Quick saw Paz, and Paz saw him. But neither can catch the other. Now they have to play this cat and mouse game in the middle of the street. Oh, Samoils flanks him from the objective room. And now it's 2v3 in favor of beginners.
Yeah, but John's wreaking havoc over here in the south. Paz picks up Nardu, so now John is all on his lonesome, but he's running into a 1v2. Paz can't reinforce in time. And if he can pick up Smoils, Smoils goes down in a trade, a huge trade there for Smoils to get that kill. He's pushing into that room, challenging Stragic, and then Paz again is too far away. That's a cap and round for ALG. If they get in there, beginners are able to just barely hang on in that round. Sleepy, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately a solid defense from the beginners. John able to squeak by there in the west after a trade. You know, really opening things up, and he was doing damage. You were right, and you know, maybe a little bit more on the pacing from him, or a little bit more patience, and he could have caught some reactionary crossings and thinned things out a bit before trying to go in for the cap. But you know, I respect the bravado of going for it, and he does go in and you know, have enough wits about him to go for the kill. Unfortunately, the trade comes out and they don't get the round, but hey, solid round overall. The defense, though, holding strong there for the beginners, and as you can see, they gained the point. Yeah, I mean, the only thing is, you know, a lot of these maps, for example, Bazaar being one with its large, open, wide streets, and, you know, Downfall being one of the others, the meta has changed, and certain objectives have become very difficult to attack simply because you have to make an exposed spawn or an exposed crossing at some point. And with smokes being off meta and suspended at the moment, it's really throwing the game into a cyclone. And so some teams have become really successful, you know, with the use of suppressive fire and other tactics. You know, flashbangs have obviously become the new offensive and defensive meta, whereas at one time it was more of a kind of a defensive thing. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. Things have really changed up. I'm surprised to see the East push from ALG was shut down there so easily. I mean, typically the East isn't so hot once they know you're there. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, Aimless is still playing a good game. So it was a good round from them that just didn't work out.
Yeah, and if John had been able to not trade on that, like Knight was saying, I think that would have been a cap. So very close. Like in many of these high-level games, it often comes down to a coin flip in some sense.
And I mean, we saw in the start of this round how quick ALG can punch in a code. You know, like they pushed up to the top of Kaya and had that in seconds. If you give them 4 seconds, 5 seconds, that code's getting in. You know, and it's going to be 2 points. They're not a team that's going to sit there for, you know, a 30 or 40 second. Here we go. The cap's coming. It's going to happen. You know, they're very good with their code punching, and I think it's honestly like an unpracticed skill in a lot of these top players, right? They don't necessarily sit there and get familiar with that pad and punching in the code.
Yeah, some people just have that gift. They can do it extremely fast. It seems like the moment the tablet comes out and they tap it, it's over.
Yeah.
And I would not say I'm one of those players, but I'm in awe of that skill when I see it.
Takes a good solid short-term memory, because you also obviously have to memorize that 7-digit code and then punch it in. So yeah,
it's about for me, it's been about what, you know, finding what works for your brain, right? Like, so for me, it's to take the first 3 digits and then the last 4 digits and break those into, you know, 2-digit numbers. So for example, 301 47 26. Those are just that's easier for my brain to remember. So when I get on the objective and I pull that tab out, I remember 301 47 26 and you know, boom, cap. But if it's someone else capping, you can also assist them if they're going for the cap and you are close by and not in danger, by pulling your tablet out and reading them the code over the radio.
Here we go into round number 5. ALG trying to defend this one, backs against the wall. Still no word on the official score line, but hopefully we'll have some sort of verdict shortly. Either way, beginners are not taking their time on this one. Ooh, a quick peek from John, catches Strategic a little bit behind, but Smoils is here already. Soda's putting fire out. So if Smoils gets this kill, he's right on top of OBJ, ALG, and Fume crashing in. Seaquick maybe realizing he's too far away. No, he's going on a huge flank. Seaquick is very out of this one right now. Smoils gets caught up by Nardu. A nice swing there. Wood's still here, though, looking for a piece.
One down, blue.
Trades across the entire map. Suddenly, Wood's the only one left alive in this chaos as he scoops up Fume. He's going to look for the confirm onto Nardu next. And then it's just going to be Seaquick and John.
Yeah, not that Icy Woods had a way of knowing this, but if he had charged in and taken out John, Seaquick was so far away that it could have been a very clear cap opportunity.
Yep.
But now Seaquick has rotated back into Blue Room, and he has eyes on objective. Icy Woods is going to have a real challenge ahead of him. And Nardu is still alive in a position where if Icy Woods walks around in this little courtyard area just west of objective, he'll be able to see him and call him out, and Icy Woods will not be able to do much about it.
Yeah, and John's tucked in enough where he's not going to be spotted by Woods peeking here. Seaquick going down's no good, though. I don't know why he's looking for that piece. That's the second kill that he's found through that angle there, and it just seems like it seems like a new angle to me. I've never seen anyone shoot through the window into Blue Room, but it has worked wonders for Woods here. He's in a 1v1, but like you said, Nardu's still there with comms. And it's going to be a hard confirm for Woods to get because he's awkwardly placed on those stairs there, so Woods really has to peek out to get this.
So I just heard Nardu talk, and Icy Woods rotated. I think he did that specifically because he heard Nardu. He's going to run around and get that confirm, assuming he has at least a somewhat accurate kill count. I don't know if he does. I don't remember if there were any trades. But if he is assuming that this downed person is the only other one aside from the one who is still alive, then he is making the right choice and swinging around to confirm Nardu. And it looks like he's going to have an angle on John, too.
Oh, you're right. He very well could here. As he swings out, he's looking into that room. John does peek, and he finds him.
What a rotation. Wow, what a play. That was smart rotation right there. It was textbook.
Now, I am getting information, maybe this is not the final round of this map. It could be that the official scoreline is now 3-2 because we had the
That's correct.
bug.
That is correct. It looks like the moderators have informed us that it's a fair accident. The intention was running towards Strayjack with the intention to kill, so the scoreline would then be 2-1.
Well, 3-1 now. After
Correct. 3-1 now.
beginners, or 3-2, excuse me, after beginners have secured that round. We don't want to take the cap away from ALG. They definitely got that one at the start.
No.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's the verdict. So we're not going to move on just yet, and we may have a bit of a pause here. But it gives you time to look at my beautiful face and hear my beautiful voice through this beautiful mic. The HyperX Quadcaster. You've been seeing it and hearing it. You've seen ads for it. I honestly really like it. The chroma is really quite nice. You add that, the chroma of the HyperX to an Asterion stand, a HyperX keyboard, a HyperX mouse. Your whole setup's glowing, and it's rad. I really do like the two new sponsors that we've added onto the ever-growing list of sponsors, which I suppose now is as good a time as any to shout them out. ProTube VR bringing mounts to the scene. So if you like to take controllers, you can put them into essentially a gun stock, and that helps stabilize your aim. And a lot of players do use this. So it is a very popular tool. VR cover, almost a must-have. If you have a VR headset, you gotta put a VR cover on. It increases the comfort tenfold. B haptics for vests and other haptic devices where when you get shot, you feel a physical rumble on your body. It's pretty rad. HyperX, obviously, for all of your audio needs, great headsets. I have the Cloud 2 wireless. They are fantastic devices. The audio quality is really something. You're not hearing it. You're hearing the Quadcaster today, but my co-casters can attest. It's a very solid quality mic. Am I right, Theta?
Absolutely.
Yeah, actually quite indistinguishable from a lot of those streaming mics out there, to be honest. It's an excellent mic for a wireless headset microphone. HyperX did a great job with that one.
I remember just a little story. I remember when we were testing this, I got together with you, Sleepy, and you said, "Are you on your new Quadcaster?" And I said, "No, this is the Cloud 2s. The Quadcaster sounds, I think, even a little bit better. But the Cloud 2s have such great. It's a crazy. They're a really nice wireless headset. 30-hour plus battery span. They're very good wireless headsets. Also, we have more. Rebuff Reality providing a couple of different attachments to your headset, but the most important one, especially if you're a Quest player playing in tournaments like this, is the battery pack that you can attach and play with it on. It's going to do a lot for you, extend your lifetime, extend your gaming time by a significant margin. And honestly, I think it helps with comfort, helps balance out the device a little bit, add a little extra weight on the back end. It's real nice. Cyber Shoes, pretty rad device that is, I think, Quest compatible now, or at least they are kickstarting for it, and they've like doubled their Kickstarter goal, so it's gonna happen. But essentially, you half sit in a stool, you put on a specific set of shoes that then track your feet movement, and you actually run to move in game. We did a Cyber Shoes VIP tournament. You can check that out on the VRML YouTube. I do recommend. We also have Arma coming together to provide us with jerseys. You've seen us wear them here on Cast a few times. For the semis and the postseason, we like to doll it up a little bit. But yes, we have the jerseys. VRWare also providing us with some excellent clothing options and a lot of other stuff too. They've been branching out and expanding their offering. You're gonna want to watch that. Asterion for the mounts, the charge. I mean, it's a really nice piece. The RGB charging mount. It has the USB plug-in where you can plug it in and charge it. It's I do like it a lot. And then we have Fixed Gaming, which has provided us the licensing for all the music that you hear on our channel. So a big shout out to them. A ever more important thing in the age of DMCA strikes. So we really do appreciate that partnership, and that's the full list. It's robust and it's lengthy, and I think I've bought enough time to maybe cut us to an intermission as we sort things out, but it seems like they are now relaying information to the teams. The moderation team is, and hopefully we will be back into Bazaar with a scoreline of 3-2. We can do that. It's gonna be easy to do. We just got to get all the teams on board, set it up accordingly, and we will be back in hopefully just a few minutes with the continuation of map number 1 of this series in our Group B. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for so patiently waiting. I know we're all on pins and needles today. There is really good action right now that is unfolding before our eyes. But what we have is an official ruling. Beginners are leading 3-2. They have not secured this bizarre map yet. We are going to a new objective, and we're going to play out the rest of this round as normal. Essentially, again, to remind what happened, ALG, when they were up 2-0, had one defender left alive against several of beginners. When that defender went to shoot the enemy, he bugged and shot himself. Downing himself, he attributed 2 points to the enemy team, as opposed to just 1 if the enemy had shot him. So instead of going back and replaying the whole series and everything, the consensus is that round is lost still, but it's only a 1-point loss instead of 2 because it shouldn't be 2. And we're going to continue to play through this series as usual, which, hey, look, I'm not going to complain. I'll take more rounds of Onward any day, you know?
Same. And I'm glad they made that choice because that was such an unfortunate situation.
Yeah.
It was clear it was an accident, at least from my perspective, and it would not make sense to make that point stand. So we get to see more games, and look, there's always a chance of a comeback. 2-3 is not the end of the world. Aimless could have a good Marsoc round and either cap or tie it up, and beginners could also shut it down. So, like you said, more Onward is always okay with me as well.
That is the truth. And I mean, Sleepy, your thoughts so far? This has been a fantastic series that we've been tuning into.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. Aimless opened out the match with a cap on Kayat in the very first round, which was, I mean, exciting enough.
Yeah.
And we've had just kind of nonstop, slugfest rounds after that, where it's just back and forth, back and forth. And here we are at 3-2, beginners on the cusp of taking map 1 here with just a defensive round, which typically is not too bad, but you've got this Aimless Gaming team who's here with these squad tactics and playing very tight together, but with good enough spacing not to be refragged, by a singular grenade, etc. And they're looking to cap, and they're moving well. They're moving quickly. You can see the aggression in their play today. They're out to win, and I can't say that I count them out in this next Marsoc round. If they get that quick spawn, there's a very good chance they're going to use that and push very hard onto the objective. But beginners are a seasoned team. They've played Bazaar probably hundreds, if not thousands of times in their own individual, play times. So they know this map, they know this objective, they know the possibilities of the spawns. So I can imagine that they're also going to be prepped for that sort of aggression and pressure.
Well, we're really seeing
pressure.
New terminology coming in hot from the VRML. We are really seeing that veteran, knowledge from beginners here shine, because ALG to come out 2-0, that shuts down a lot of teams. They kind of go into hiding, if you will, and struggle to come back from that. But beginners have put up 3 unanswered rounds, and it has me a little worried for ALG because maybe they're feeling a little overconfident in their initial score line, and now they're going to have to bounce back. They're going to have to fight. They need to secure a Marsoc round again, which is not easy, especially against a team like beginners, and we'll see what they do on this East objective.
In my mind, that is what separates the best teams from the rest, is that ability to set aside whatever happened in the previous rounds, whatever it's a win or a loss, and just clamp your jaw down and say, we're going to win this. And beginners are excellent at that. It seems like they did not allow that cap initially to bother them too much.
Really? That's hard. It's so hard to do. I mean, it's a testament to staying focused, right? And not giving up early and not letting an early cap shut you down, because they have really taken control back the last 3 rounds. And we'll see if ALG can sort of recover. They've had that strange bug mistake get rectified. It's kind of off of their minds now. Things are back to being authentic and normal, and we'll see if I don't know what ALG are going to do here. They have the quick spawn, but they're not applying that pressure too early.
Kind of an odd strategy, I have to say, with John CZ. He was just kind of floating in the back. I'm assuming they have some kind of timing they're looking for specifically, but he was pacing back and forth in the far west, and he's kind of doing the same thing now in the north. Just very carefully trying to handle this north side, I suspect. But yeah, they have this, again, a 4-person push and a 1-man flanker squad. I'm just not sure exactly how this is going to unfold with that person. He's not coming from a separate angle. He's just coming from the north, which they already have a couple people on. And they're just hoping somebody is going to get peaky, but if there's a team that does not get peaky, it is the beginners.
Well, they're expecting probably a bit more of an aggressive push, too. They ID'd that quick spawn right away. And so they're all, you know, I really do like this setup. It seems pretty solid. They're all tucked into solid positions. Woods way back here with a pretty wild angle all the way in through the center. He pushes up and is actually taking it. Look at that small slice. You can see where his bullet impacted there. He's taking that shot, trying to thread that needle. That is a very wild angle, but he drops off, goes back to the maintaining east push, which is not coming in. It's all north focus. ALG, a team that likes to stick together.
And Captain Soda now making his way through that north hallway, catches Stray Jack. Pause comes for the repeat, but misses him.
That seemed to be the indicator. John scoops up Killinger from that backside. The confirm coming in. Woods goes down. Pause scoops up one on objective. Soda still here in the north, and Pause is worried. Fumes scoops up Dr. Killinger. C-Quick pushes in, and Pause is surrounded by the enemy in a 1v4 on this OBJ. ALG looking to at least take this round. Can Pause shut it down? Do they get over aggressive on the cap? Soda's right here on the corner. Pause has to push this. He can't let Soda sit here, and he goes for that push. Soda recognizes the challenge, does a little pre-fire before he even gets to the corner. And ALG, hang on, tie things up 3-3.
Wow. That was some serious coordination. Like you said, I think that signal was when Captain Soda fired those first shots, and suddenly 4 people get wiped out on the beginner side. That was intense.
Yeah, well orchestrated push there. Contrary, of course, to what I said prior to the round start, they didn't use the quick spawn to their advantage and use that momentum to pour onto the objective straight away. Instead, they took their time. They calculated positions. They all had set places to be or to progress to by a certain point. And yeah, I mean, as you guys have mentioned now a couple of times, those first few shots were kind of the signal. Of course, we can't tell if there was any radio signal before that because we don't have that privilege. We can only hear the players when we're close to them in the game. So, you know, there may have been some radio call-outs to say, okay, we're getting ready to push. You know, as soon as you hear the shots, begin your movements or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, but either way, it was well orchestrated, like was mentioned, and you know, beginners just as prepared as they are, as veteran as they are, they just weren't quite ready for it. And Paz, poor guy, had to fight off what was 4 members left. I mean, they could have toyed with him and kept his attention drawn away and tried to get a cap and you know and ended this thing, but they are going to play it safe and take the round. You know, it is postseason, as we've mentioned. And it is the time to play it safe sometimes. They already took a risk and got the cap in the first round.
Right.
Now they get to sit on a defensive round for a possible win here on map 1.
What are the odds you string 2 caps together in a single map against a team like beginners too? You can sneak it in the start of the round. You can catch them with their pants down, so to speak. But
against beginners is tough for sure.
It would be a tall order, so I don't blame them for locking in that round. But now they have to hold on here and defend up against beginners who have their back against the wall. It's something you don't want to have. You know, you don't want to have to go up against the beginners when they really start to lock in and get that fire lit underneath them. It is a challenge. Granted, again, we've seen them lose this season, so things are a little bit different historically than they have been, but we'll see what they can do. Shots are already ringing out. A Coyote rotation on defense gets John into a pretty forward spot.
And Killinger is making his way near objective. He's going to be right up against the back of Fume, so I suspect Fume will likely, if he has not already, call him out. And Pause, Stray Jack making their way into the east side of the map. Seaquick holding an incredibly narrow angle for that cross. I don't see people holding this particular angle very often. That may catch them off guard if they decide to push into the blue room entrance near the tank.
Probably one of the glossiest carpets I've ever seen.
That is an incredible carpet. It's like a carpet made out of glass. I don't know what's happening there. But yeah, ALG, with the exception of John, who was pushed out into the Kiot, playing a pretty patient game.
I will say it's a risky setup, to be honest. They got 3 on objective, and sure, John's that forward position to deny that initial entry point, so you could say technically 4 on objective. But let's say you get past John by rounding a corner quick. There's all kinds of gaps in coverage. Seaquick's really far away. John's really far away. If 3 go down on OBJ, it's bad news. And they got Killinger and Pause here to potentially dive into that blue room and be a threat to Nardu and the people on objective.
That's true. If they compress quickly on the objective, Seaquick and John are both going to be in a very difficult place. I mean, it looks like they only have one person really even looking in on the objective area in the form of Fume, because Nardu and Captain Soda, well, Captain's rotating now, but they initially only had outward-looking defenders. Stray Jack and Pause look like they're trying to extract Seaquick from his position. Seaquick runs out. He's going to catch Pause on the angle. Nice rotation.
Excellent rotation there on that wall side to get straight the back end of that push on the east shut down. And now Strazak is in a bit of an awkward spot. He knows he's potentially getting pushed from this end, and he's still maintaining his forward position there. Shots coming in from John out through the center. That's going to throw a wrench in Beginner's plan if they want to try and work themselves up through that center. Seaquick finds Killinger. Another pickup there from that rotation from Seaquick over into the east. And now Strajic trying to battle him away and make himself a little bit more useful. Getting over to the north, Soda should be hearing this. Soda's holding the angle here, waiting for that kind of push. And ALG have this one nicely locked up so far.
Stray Jack catches Nardu. Icy Woods heard those shots from John CZ. He appears to be trying to pull him out of Kiot. Yeah, he's seeing him peek there, taking shots, not landing any. But he knows there's one there now. That should be some quality information for those who are trying to move in on the objective, because that means there is at least one outside of the objective area. "42 seconds left.
This is really stopped Beginner's movement, and I think they maybe have even lost track of time. Uncharacteristic to this Beginner's team, considering they work with it so well at the end of the round. But there's 30 seconds left now, and their timers have just gone up. John's gonna push out. He's gonna scoop up Woods. Seaquick finds Strazek in the east, and Smoils is trying to do something here out through the center. Fume gets the trade. ALG secure map 1 against Beginners. Wow.
Well, I wanted to give ALG some credit, but I didn't, and here they are taking map 1 away from the Beginners after what we thought might be the Beginners taking it, had that moderation ruling not come in their favor. Of course, all of us thinking that would happen, considering the footage, but you know, they did play well. They earned this win. I'm not taking that away from them. Do not get me wrong. They played very well. That first play, that cap was well orchestrated. The plays after that were also the same. I mean, that attack on the east objective there in the previous round before this
really
one was
nice.
really well done. So I think Beginners maybe came out of the gate a little soft-handed on ALG. So I'll be interested to see what happens going into map 2. But overall, a great first map out of both of these teams.
That is I mean, that felt like a whole series. That was just a single map. We are going to move on to map number 2. If you're not familiar, this is the round robin stage, so we have 6 total maps to be played through today. We'll be watching several teams face off against each other in these best of 2 formats. Each team gets a ban, each team picks a map. It's exciting stuff, but it's a little different than the regular formula, so if you are confused, you're not to be blamed. It's perfectly normal. It is out of the ordinary regular season best of 5, so. But it does mean we get a good day of Onward, and if we get games like this all day, we're gonna be here till sunrise. Sunset? Sunset, probably.
Yeah, and I have to say, if Aimless takes this, they win this map as well and win this series, then this is almost like a changing of the guard in terms of the metagame in some sense, because I think beginners more than any other team represent kind of the traditional way of playing this game, which is hold an angle, be patient, that sort of thing. ALG is, like I said before, one of the most amorphous teams in the league, probably the most amorphous team in the league. They just change their strategies and tactics, and they do little things like you saw it on that last map, that last round, I should say. They'll put people into these positions just to slow you down and make you think twice about your strategy. Like, the more I think about it, the more I think they put John CZ there in Kia, not just to catch people coming in, but just to make them think about it, because he took some shots and then he hid. And then C Quick did the same sort of thing. He took some shots, rotated, got an angle, and really did not try to actively engage anymore from there. And that's a totally different way of thinking about this game than what you see from most of these long-standing multi-champion type teams.
Yeah, it's I'm curious to see how we get down to this to the brass tacks of it and what things look like when it's round 5, maps 5, maps 6. I very much want to see where ALG and beginners are lying, because this is just it's confirming what we suspected. ALG is definitely a powerful team and can go up against the likes of beginners, obviously toe to toe, but it is a long day, and I think stamina is something that you got to factor in. How long can these teams stay focused, because it is not easy to stay locked in and play at the highest level for 6 maps against multiple teams with different team styles. It becomes a pretty long day, but it's a test. It's a test of who's the greatest, who can push through, and who can play a lot of games and come out on top. And I think beginners are not a team that's gonna let that first map loss go unanswered. And for map 2, we're gonna be hopping into Suburbia, and both teams are ready to rock. Early comms coming out there from Smoils, concerned about the playground setup. A little drone gets tossed out here. We didn't see that very much on this map. I think we did actually see it from a team did this yesterday, but I like the setup. You get Smoils, perfectly defended. He's not exposed. He's not vulnerable through the wood, and he can watch that whole east side easily and almost undetected. The odds that this Marsoc squad checks for a drone here, I would say, is pretty low. Pause with a nice nade into the playground.
Oh, wow. And a little teleportation from John there in the playground to get the revive. Jumps through a wormhole to get the revive, apparently.
A bit of a spectate bug, and also we've seen teleport bug is a thing, so a couple of bugs on display here today, but they don't ultimately impact
no
what we're seeing here.
And grenade comes out from Nardu, lane 1. Killinger is right behind this barrier, but nobody is actively trying to push him yet. Interesting, they're not doing what they were doing on the last map. They are well spread on this one. They have almost a straight line across. John CZ a little back from everybody else. But it looks like they might be trying to line up another situation like they had on that last Marsoc round for them on Bazaar. They just kind of float around, look for some picks, and then crash in.
John doing a little peeking on the ramp there, on the slide, excuse me, trying to catch out an angle over the wooden fence. Doesn't spot anything and reinforces John. But yeah, it's interesting. I think that maybe it lends itself to the style of defense that you kind of throw out on this north side. It does typically tend to be pretty spread, and so maybe they're trying to get a couple of one-on-ones, which, like you said, is a bit uncharacteristic from the ALG style. I think a full press would have worked better for them. Pause able to scoop up Captain Soda over on lane 4. John's also there, and he may be looking for that refrag.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, who knows if this will work or not. I'm not going to try to make any predictions, but if they play this way, they're almost playing into the beginner style much more. Beginners did not adapt well to that sort of crashing in all at once, 4 or 5 person push style, but they know how to deal with a straight line. No doubt about it. They can just hold these angles and deal with this all day. So, ALG, I think, is playing with fire by playing this way. They would be better off, in my opinion, doing what they were doing before. But then again, who knows? I mean, now that I've said that, they're going to run in and kill everybody. Speaking of which, Fume gets Stray Jack. I think that was lane 1 area. And Nardu and Pause about to find each other, lane 4. And Pause gets that kill through the chair. Now we're down to a 3v4 in favor of beginners.
Here's something to notice real quick. Pause finds the kill on the corner, and then everyone checks the angle over his shoulder. They hear the shots, and they all take a gander and take a look because they want to make sure that someone hasn't died there. Woods finds Seaquick trying to push in through lane 3, I believe. Fume looking to get some more kills. Prone Killinger is not going to let that happen, and I really like Killinger's spot. He has a really good control of this east side here.
No doubt. And John CZ is creeping on lane 1. Killinger's in a bit of an unorthodox spot,
right,
although John CZ just saw those shots, and he isn't fixing his laser. I think Killinger thought he saw somebody on lane 1.
Smoils ID'd him with the drone.
Oh, gotcha.
Humvee, behind Humvee. He's under the Humvee.
Jeez, and the call out from Smoils, and here comes the fire. John knows he's identified. He tries to swing out and scoop up Smoils, but there's every gun from beginners trained in on there, and down he goes. Beginners with a very solid hold.
Very solid hold indeed. Aimless are going to have to figure out something different here in order to make that work. You can't. It's got to be at the same time, like Theta was saying. They can deal with one person at a time pushes, but you need to overwhelm them. And even if you only do it on one side, you don't have to spread the entire map to do it. You could split that one house near the objective and get some really good coverage on the main push out. A few flashes around to cover for your porches, maybe one over towards the car itself to keep any defender who might be over there. And you can get a nice lumped push over to the objective and get possibly one, if not more, people onto the objective and capping with just an overwhelming force. Now, that's not a guarantee, and of course, it's very risky.
Yeah.
But I think to play it in that 1-by-1, try and pick them off slowly, it doesn't seem to work very well, at least not in this sort of confined space. Beginners have too many little corners they can be in to protect themselves from multiple angles and not just be susceptible to that refrag opportunity, but to very specific tight angle shots. I mean, you saw Killinger there even though he was out in the open, essentially behind one small piece of cover, he was able to take down positions from, you know, lanes 2, lanes 1, and far lane 1 extension over by Humvee.
Yeah, and go ahead.
I'll go you first, Theta.
I was just going to comment on what you were saying before about how beginners were checking opposite angles. And we saw that right as you were explaining it. Paz got that one, and then Icy Woods picked off one of the ALG members coming through Seaquick, right, in lane 3. And again, it comes down to if you're all going to take a lane like that, that strategy is exactly what you should be choosing, because that's what they're going to do. They're going to say, okay, everybody's going to start pushing somewhere near the same time. So if you see contact in one lane, check the other lanes nearby. That's where they're going to be, and that's exactly what happened. ALG is going to have to change up, because if they're going to do that throughout this map, this is going to be a quick map and a beginner win.
Yeah, and I think we saw beginners doing what they do a little bit there on Bazaar, right? When they had that the sense of a lead, it started to feel like the momentum was shifting. You know, they put up 3 unanswered points against ALG. If you let that happen early in a round, it's going to be a lot harder to come back from. And to be fair, I don't think ALG is a team that we can really count out even when they're down, because they did well to bounce back from that 3-2 deficit and ultimately take Bazaar. So I don't know what to expect, honestly, out of the ALG team now. They've shown 2 different styles of play, and I think one's going to work out better than the other. But at the same time, it's a different map. Beginners, they're so familiar with this. They have great setups. You know, they're no slouches on Suburbia just because it's close quarters.
That's a fair point. You know, ALG came back from a deficit in the last map. There's no saying that they won't do the same here. They've shown they're quite adaptable, and who knows? I mean, with the way that they play, they may even just be playing a certain style just to get them to lull into complacency. Who knows at this point?
It would be interesting. That's for sure. I wonder if beginners are thinking cap here. I'm guessing not, considering how challenging it is to get to this objective without smokes. But we'll see what happens as we hop into round number 2 of map 2 of Group B of the round robin.
I mean, like this.
I'll be hovering.
Lots of pre-fire. Paz was pre-firing the school bus on lane 4. They were expecting something a little more aggressive, but ALG is taking a, well, maybe not quite traditional. They've got 3 clustered around lane 3. They seem to be spreading out again, but not a terribly unusual defense on their part.
A bit of pre-fire coming in from both ends. John putting some rounds, what is the center lane there. But everyone's pretty tucked down. Woods got his sandbags, Killinger with his Hesco. And I don't think there's any drone. At least I didn't see an early drone deployment come out. Maybe, oh no, there is. Nardu has one in hand. No, he doesn't. He's just sitting back here watching his tablet, waiting to see if anyone goes down.
It is kind of cool to see how the meta is changing a little bit for the defense now that Volk drones are allowed. And that has caught some people off guard several times on casts. I've either been casting myself or been watching. And like on that last round, John CZ thought he was creeping in stealth, but there was a drone nearby and they knew exactly where he was.
Couldn't have been more identified.
Yep.
In a very beginner's fashion, we have a patient and reserved offensive push here. They've got their early lead. They want to keep piling on. They don't want to just throw away this Marsoc attempt. And if anything, they're most likely looking for kills here, not cap. And that was one thing I felt like we didn't see a lot of from beginners on Bazaar, and maybe it's an attrition to why ALG did so well, but a real distinct lack of suppressive fire from the beginners' offensive side. And this time Smorls has his LMG. He's been throwing it over the head of Killinger. as he moves forward, but I gotta wonder if they're going to sort of develop that strategy more, because boss fight really showed what you can do with it. You know, the bounding play that they had on Downfall was a perfect example of how to suppressive fire and how to move off of it. And I'm curious to see if we're going to see anything like that from beginners, because they go up against boss fight. They play against them. They learn these strategies themselves, since they are both EU teams. And I don't know. We'll see. Smoils and Killinger slowly working themselves over to objective side. The rest of the team over onto the east.
Yeah, there's an old saying that you should be careful which enemies you pick because you become like them. And I think that applies in games as well, especially, like you said, these EU teams play each other all the time. It's just, oh, and Sequick catches Pause as he runs to lane 4, but he does not confirm him. Pause is going to get revived. Oh, Captain Soda hears that. He gets Icy Woods. Strayjack is probably going to get caught. Oh, and Captain Soda, triple.
A tough offensive pill to swallow. Killinger goes down trying to swing into the west, and Smoils is suddenly the last one alive.
Indeed. But just to finish that thought, basically when you play against the same teams over and over again, some bit of their play styles will almost unintentionally become part of your play style. So, to your point, I think boss fight and beginners probably do a lot of the same stuff just because they've faced each other so many times. Smoils will have an angle on John CZ. Problem is, he's going to get ID'd the moment he fires. He has to be very careful. There it is. Nardu's laser is swinging over, and he sees him. And that's a round for Amos.
Solid hold, an excellent answer back. Proof in the pudding that this series is going to continue to be back and forth. Sleepy. We're in for another good map, I think.
Oh, there's no doubt about that, NightFiree. I'm a little confused by the length of time spent just in spawn, in the center house, just in that area in general from the beginners. I mean, I know they're a team of strategy. I know they're a team of logic, and they have a reason for it. And I'm sure it's to watch for the push and to make sure they're not being flanked. But it just seemed like a bit of an excessive amount of time there for me. For Aimless, I mean, excellent round, good execution. I mean, obviously you had Captain Soda there to pop out for his little double/triple play, which it was a huge contributing factor to melting down that beginner's offense. And then I don't know what really came over Killinger to just kind of burst out from that hedgerow as he did, with Smoils kind of laying there prone. I saw something similar to that with Hondo on the SEAL Team Bravo side in a downfall match yesterday, and it kind of spoiled the sneak of his teammates as they were creeping up to try and get the drop on some defenders. So I don't really understand the logic behind that, because he ran right out into the open and right into a defender's line of sight. So it just didn't really seem like a play I would see come out of Dr. Killinger himself, and then two out of a member of the beginners. So it's still a great matchup, and both teams are doing well, but beginners don't seem to be at their top of their game right now. Or maybe I don't know. It just doesn't feel like the best beginners I've seen, and maybe it's because they can't use the equipment that they've had become so used to using at this point. I don't know.
I'm about to say I only see 4 loaded in for ALG, so they definitely gotta reset the round. It's something that we haven't talked about yet, but if you do start a round, there's 15 seconds to reset it, and then go. And if you're in a comp lobby, you're right back to the beginning of the round. No points attributed, no score line attached. Great little implementation, but it is why you sometimes see restarts at the start of rounds, because that is the case.
Well, just to kind of stack on top of Sleepy's point, I have to say the same. I don't think they are top of the game. I think some of it too might just be, as much as they are strong psychologically, it's easy to get tilted when you get capped on first round.
Ooh.
Like, it's so hard to recover from that. And they did a good job of holding on, but I do think that can still kind of sit in the back of your mind a little too much. especially when you get it to a 3-3 after coming back. And yeah, it's just a lot of mind games going on right now, I think, that are contributing more than anything, because on paper, both of these teams are absolutely world class.
Yeah, they, I mean, geez, for ALG to be doing what they're doing right now is just still so impressive for me, to be coming out of the Challenger Cup and then to be winning against a #1 team worldwide. It is an impressive feat, to say the least, and they continue to, if they can continue to do it, they're looking in very good shape. A brief spoiler, although it shouldn't be, okay? You should all be watching the multi-stream and getting both games broadcast to you live. And if you aren't, head on over to Onward_VRML. But the Vikings have won Q1 4-3 and lost Bazaar 0-4. So if beginners take this round, we got one apiece across the board going into round 2 of the group stage.
Wow.
This group B could be really interesting.
Yeah, I think everybody was just expecting beginners to show up and dominate, but I think the picture is going to be more complex than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you there. We're hopping into our next round now. It is officially begun. Round 3 here of ALG versus beginners, and switching up sides. Objective now going into the south of the map, over by Burning Building, and we'll see what ALG's approach looks like as they have to make ground through the playground. Killinger aware of that and scoops up Soda.
There is another drone. I'm trying to find it right now, but I can see Smoils is looking through his tablet.
There's one lane 3 somewhere.
It sounds like there's an air drone as well.
Alright, don't move.
The Age of Drones, Season 10.
And so both teams trying to gather intelligence on one another before making a move.
I think I hear one near me.
Aimless has already lost somebody on lane 4. And the air drone goes down. So the only drone left is the Volk drone.
It is surprising it doesn't get used more. I guess the limitation being is that you have to pick a sniper class, which does result in only DMRs. You don't have any full auto rifles that you can pick into, and changes up your kit a little bit. So I guess maybe that's the reasoning. But it's a very powerful tool. Smoil's been utilizing it well. Virus finds one. Nardu here as well, and Paz is in a bit of trouble.
And Paw's about to find himself getting double teamed if they both push in. Although that just even things out. Aimless now at 3. I see Woods gets another. So now 2v4. Oh, and Virus catches Pause in the middle.
Tank. You saw me.
And I mean, if you just listen in, there's so much communication from beginners and from ALG, and it's what you have to do at this level. You have to be vocal. You have to be constantly communicating things to your team and getting information so that everyone can get a clear picture of what's happening.
Yeah, especially in a situation like this where you've lost some people, maybe things start getting a little cloudier. You have no choice but to just keep talking. They have a nice little bubble around the objective. Smoil's still watching his tablet. I have not been able to find his drone. If one of you guys sees it, shout it out. But yeah, the only real area that seems to be exposed is lane 4. I'm assuming that's where the drone is, somewhere over there. There was a kill early from there too. I think it was because of that intelligence. So they've got this nice little curve shape around the objective. Nardu Virus now pushing themselves over to lane 4. Nardu just called out that there's a corpse by the bus.
Smoils just called out Nardu, so the drone's over here somewhere. Oh, is it? Nope, I thought I saw it for a second. I don't know where he's put it, but he's spotting Nardu and Virus, and there's a great Nade from Killinger. The information utilized perfectly. Tossed to the corner. Smoils swings for the refrag. An excellent bit of work there from Virus to pick up that kill. And now the drone recon is gone, and this side becomes weak for beginners.
Found it.
Oh, wow. What a spot. Yeah,
Good.
you're never going to be able to see that drone.
Keep that spot, Sade. We'll take a look because the action's unfolding. Killinger and Woods find a kill apiece. Shut down that advance, go up 2-1. And Sleepy, where was that spot? Sleepy.
My apologies there. I was muted from being in round. It was in the far corner of the map there in lane 4. I mean, just as far in the corner as you could jam it. So to be able to see any real detail, I'm sure he was just seeing blobs on his screen at that distance on the drone. But yeah, I mean, a great spot if you can utilize it. I mean, honestly, it took me forever to find out. I don't know why I didn't consider just tucking it way back there, considering how open lane 4 is. But you know, I was looking everywhere, and honestly, I thought of some really good positions where a drone could be very useful in that time span. So I'm not going to shout any of those out because you know I'm not going to give away the pram. But yeah, it's a good spot, and it proved very effective. And yeah, we saw Boss Fight using it a lot yesterday as well. I think on Downfall was the first time I got my first taste of it as a caster. So it's a great use of it for intel, and it really helped beginners just melt down that aimless offense there.
Is there a potential debate to be had that EU prefer Volk drones and NA prefer aerial drones?
I mean, we'll just have to see what season 11 holds. I don't know. I'd like to. I would love to see if this intel game continues.
Yeah.
Not just in this game, but as a future meta unfolding later on. I mean, because with Volk using drones as basically spotting cameras now, Marsoc's going to need to also kind of give themselves that intel boost, and the only way they can do that is that aerial drone. So I wonder if we'll start seeing some more skilled aerial drone pilots here in the future.
Yeah, not having a drone on offense if the defense is using a drone seems like a real strong bit of asymmetry you're just kind of handing to the other team. Yeah, Pause and Icy Woods hanging out near the school bus. And Pause is already into playground, standing on top of the shield. Looks like he was pre-firing APC. John had a very cautious peek and decided not to play that game on the corner of lane 4. Captain Soda throws a grenade over, but that is not going to land.
Smoils and Strajac over on the west are also holding things down here, keeping Nardu tucked in on that window side. And so everyone is trying to work themselves into spots here. Pause looking for an angle down into that middle house. Not going to spot anybody out. He's checking the front yard. Not spotting anybody. And still, though, has to deal with Soda. And John, this is a great nade.
Oh, so close. Man, if that was just a little closer to burning or they'd been just a few feet closer together, that would have been a double from that grenade. Pretty wild that we're about to hit 2 minutes in on a Suburbia round and no one is dead.
It's on brand.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's true.
And I mean, it's a beginner's point. It's what's worked for them. And I feel like they weren't doing this on Bazaar. I feel like this is what we were missing, is that methodical beginner's play. The slow, easy, focused, let's get our picks. If we don't, then we move in together sort of style. The timing that they've become so good at was not necessarily there, but here it seems to be in full force. Pause taking a bunch of shots. They've got 2 inside tons of suppressive fire across the way. Killinger botches the nade. Strajak's in trouble.
Oh. And that's an insta-kill.
Hey, first floor, middle house.
Smoils gets Nardu to make up for that deficit, but Virus returns the favor onto Killinger.
Buzz can scoop up Killinger here, but it's a bit risky to linger around in this bottom floor of that house by that front doorway. They get out, Killinger gets picked up, and now it's all down to really a select few. Seaquick, John, and Soda, who are on objective, so they have that similar sort of half-moon parameter set up that beginners did on this objective.
Ooh, Icy Wood spotted John behind the Hesco and tossed a flashbang, hoping he'd get a rotation out of it. And they trade, although Icy Woods is not dead. Captain's around, about to run around and confirm. There it is. And Seaquick in the front lawn of Spawn House and Captain Soda on objective. It's all up to them. Captain Soda goes down. Seaquick is going to have to rotate. He will have no choice but to move. Oh, Captain Soda with the peak on lane 4.
That's such a crazy peak to be taking there. You're the only on-objective defender, and he's swinging so wide on that side. I mean, he could easily have been picked up from a variety of angles on lane 4. Confident there, though, that nobody was there. Good, maybe just solid comms. They knew the kill count. They knew where people were, and he worked off of that. I don't know, but either way, a huge pickup to bring things evened up 2-2.
Yeah, huge roll of the dice that paid off. Like you said, they might have just had good intel, but man, Smoils had been there, for example, like he is now. That would have been a very dangerous thing to do. Meanwhile, Killinger is about to see Seaquick, I imagine, or Seaquick is probably going to hear him and shoot first. There it is. Smoils saw him, but Soda's just around the corner. 2v1. And Soda just hanging out. Oh, and there is the refrag. Quite a bit happening there in the last few seconds. And Aimless takes a round.
That was beginner's round to lose there, and unfortunately for them, they lost it. I mean, I don't know what, I mean, because, and what happened? Why did Smoils forget about Soda?
Yeah, weird.
I mean, there's a lot of things I could pick apart, but I didn't think to jot anything down. I mean, Smoils was watching lane 4 intently, so Soda was making huge risks throughout that round, and while they paid off for him, he didn't get picked off, and he was able to grab a pick from that peaky lane 4 look through the playground. Ultimately, like the NightFiree mentioned, it was very dangerous because he was man on objective, and Seaquick, though he was able to see the objective, his rotation time could have been too long, depending on the attacker's position. So without knowing exactly where all the attackers are, you're taking huge rolls of the dice there with that. And then to later peek that lane 4 corner after hearing fire on that part of the map, it's just unnecessary. And so, I mean, again, it works out for him. Everything's fine. They win the round, so good for it. But I'm not sure what happened to beginners there. Again, it was their round to lose, and it just kind of fell apart little by little.
The nade kill was where it started, where it started to crumble. You know, the team kill definitely threw a wrench in there, set up on that middle house there, and you know, tough to deal with, but it happens even to the best of them. You know, team kills are not avoidable in this game. They happen, and you have to be able to work with them.
That's true.
Yeah, in fact, I think it's a real test of the psychology of a team. See how they deal with a team kill, because it's easy to get pissed off or whatever when somebody team kills. But to know that you team killed and keep playing correctly, or to be the team killed person and not let that tilt you, it's hard, especially in a high stakes game like this.
Whoa, and some quick pre-fire nearly tags a couple of beginners rotating up, and it gets them a little time. It gets the ALG a touch of time. I was thinking that we were going to see a hard crash there. That suppressive fire would have lent itself to Soda and Virus just sprinting in and challenging this defense. Seaquake scoops one up through the window. That's an excellent start.
Still one middle house.
And beginners stacking on the middle house and completely leaving spawn house open. I think that is probably going to throw them off a bit. I think the more traditional setup would be to have somebody in the spawn house.
I think it's first floor.
I can't see in front of the barrier on the end of lane 2. Cautious.
3 ALG players now converging on the middle house. Virus peeking through the door, Nardu right behind him, Captain Soda on the opposite side near the carport.
I think he's watching the stairs.
Seems like everybody is waiting for some kind of move from the beginners. Virus looks, sees both teammates nearby. I think that is likely a signal that they need to start doing something.
It's like right at top stair, middle house.
It's interesting that the beginners are staying so quiet here. They're letting ALG do all the comms, and I haven't heard a single peep from Paz or Killinger radioing in these locations.
It is surprising. I mean, you want to have an element of surprise to some degree, but you also can't just let the other team communicate freely and not return the favor to some degree. Oh. And wow, right in the middle house, a whole lot of shooting goes on. Captain Soda goes down. And we're down to a 3v3. Quick doing another bump and run, this time on lane 1. Puts some shots out from the APC and then rotates. John CZ coming around this corner on lane 4. If I see Woods doesn't turn, he is going to get caught. Smoils knows he's there. There it is. Catches him on lane 4. Oh, and the grenade from beyond the grave catches Smoils. 2v2.
I like Killinger's spot in this carport here. He's a real threat to this setup that ALG have brought out.
It's very flexible because he can look through that window into the middle house, and he can deal with anybody that comes into the carport. He's a little exposed if someone comes behind him. Oh boy, and Quick takes out Icy Woods near burning. It's all up to Killinger now. They just got called out. Virus heard him. They know he's in the carport. And it looks like they are not even going to attempt to go for a cap. They just want the they want to get the kill and get the round win. I do not blame them for that. Oh, and Killinger with the self-kill, and that's another 2-point. Wow.
I mean, come on.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, we're gonna have to. I'm assuming we're gonna do the exact same thing as we did last time because that's not supposed to be 2 points. I think it was even somebody was talking in Legion, I think yesterday, about what do we do if this happens. It might have even been Killinger.
It was.
Oh man, the irony.
Was. That's tough too. That's wow. I don't know what happens there, you know, but if we're gonna stick to what we've just been through, we're gonna go back to it. We're gonna go to a 3-2. We're gonna remake the lobby. It's gonna be a whole thing. And so if you could all just patiently bear with us as we sort this out, we will probably cut to a very brief intermission. Hate to do it, but we do need to have a little time to sort things up and get into the right lobbies. So just give us a brief moment. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. What could be the final round of Suburbia will come at you in a few moments. And I have the scoreline wrong just to keep you fresh before we move. That's the accurate score. Okay. We'll see you all in a few moments. Thank you, everyone, for patiently waiting for another reset. We are still here on map 2. We have 4 more maps to go today, so it is going to be a lengthy day of Onward. But scoreline is 3-2 ALG, and we'll see how Aimless Gaming handle this. If they can defend, they take 2 maps from the #1 team worldwide. Few shots out from Pause and Killinger. Little pre-fire coming in on both sides. Nothing gonna find anybody, as everyone from ALG is pretty tucked in. Smoyles priming a nade. I do wonder where he's planning on tossing that, but a couple of frags coming in, nothing landing onto Soda's end, and Killinger does scoop up Soda. What an interesting angle. Soda was really peeking heavily on that corner there, and he ends up getting caught out.
Yeah, that time the dice roll for his
Yep.
peaks did not come up for him. But now they are down to 4 defenders. See, and Virus, John CZ right on top of each other. Virus is looking at a drone tablet. So, I don't know, Sleepy, maybe you could find that drone again. You have the eyes for it.
Oh, no.
Seaquick is in position to confirm that kill. I don't know if he's going to take that risk or not.
Oh, that's a good toss onto the corner. Stragic does tuck in. Fortunately, he's not going to get tagged by that. The confirm does come in, though, and now Smoyles can't get scooped up. So, in a sense, a team kill coming in there. Stragic, I think that's the 2nd team kill nade of the day, but either way, a tough dice roll there for the beginners team, and things are now evened up 4-4.
I would love to know where this Volk drone is. Because they are just watching the tablet. Well, now they're charging into the middle. Virus cannot just sit there and watch his tablet anymore. Seaquick fires through the side window into middle house. Now beginners down to 3. Killinger tries to frag, but his grenade goes a little too far. I see Woods evening it up against Nardu. And all of ALG concentrated in this middle house. Oh, and now it's all up to Icy Woods in lane 4 against
Wow.
3 aimless in middle house. This is not looking good for beginners.
A massive double from ALG on the bottom floor there. Absolutely fantastic bit of play. The creep, the crawl, the rotation up to the front door there, and then to push in like that. Such a risk, but ultimately really pays off nicely. The double comes out, and now it is all down to just Woods. And this is it. This is 2 maps on the line for beginners. If you start off 2-0, it's a terrible way to get going into a round-robin group stage that is otherwise evenly spread. And so, curious to see what Woods can do. And you can't count him out. If he shoots himself, it'll be just 1 point. But I do anticipate him to at least snag a few kills. The real challenge, of course, is going to be getting into that middle house and uprooting 2 defenders there, Virus and John.
Talk about a high-pressure situation for one player. 1 minute, 20 seconds. This is map point and match point if they lose, and he has to take out 3. I don't think there's any kind of kill count either because, yeah, I mean, I think there was a trade in middle house if I remember correctly, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's tough to feel, especially if you don't, like you said, if you don't have an accurate kill count, it's hard to even know what to do here. You know, there's the variety of angles that could be set up is so many, and it's
Gonna rotate again.
you have to check everything. And what's interesting to know is how ALG are processing this information. I just heard Virus say he's going to rotate again as Woods was shooting on that side. And that is what Woods is trying to do. He's trying to draw the attention away, and that doesn't work. Seaquick finds him. ALG take 2 maps from beginners. A perfect start for ALG. They are looking so good in this group stage right now.
What an upset. Wow.
Yeah, I'm really in a bit of shock myself. I mean, both maps away from beginners is impressive. I mean, just for them to have taken a singular map away from them would have been good enough to start things out for today's round robin Group B. But to take both is very impressive. So congrats to them on that. And you know, beginners are now going to have a really tough road ahead of them in order to get back into that, you know, into that possibility of grabbing one of the 2 slots to get to semis next week. So I don't know. It's going to be tough, but like you said, ALG set up pretty now for the rest of this round robin Group B.
We've been going in this series long enough, so we're gonna cut it off here. I could talk all day about what an excellent job ALG did, but we're gonna be watching them. We're gonna be tuned into more games from them. We're gonna see more of beginners. There's more to come. Okay, we have 4 more maps left to play, 2 rounds, 2 series apiece, if you will, and you're not going to want to miss it. Obviously, make sure, again, you have your multi-streams up. Shout out to everyone that's tuning in. If you haven't already, hit the follow button here, because this is the VR Master League main Twitch channel where we do all kinds of esports broadcasts here. We do Echo Arena tournaments, we do Onward tournaments, we do Final Assault tournaments, Snapshot. Everything ultimately gets funneled into here at the end of at some point, and so it's a good channel to follow. You'll get your variety of esports. I've seen some Echo folks in here. I appreciate you. Shout out to you for tuning in. But yeah, hit that follow button. Really appreciate you. That's going to be it for us on this first set. We'll be right back again with round number 2 of round robin Group B. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be more of this. Welcome back, everybody. We appreciate you all hanging out and waiting for our next set of games, which is going to be Beginners versus Silent Purge. Theta, what are your initial thoughts on this matchup, seeing as how Beginners just lost 2 in a row?
Well, the big one, I know I harp on this a lot, but this is just how I view the game in psychological terms, but Beginners just came off of a gigantic upset that did not go their way. And the question is, are they going to let that affect the way that they play? Silent Purge is not exactly like ALG. Every team has their own play style, of course, but Silent Purge, not like other EU teams in many ways. They are much more in your face. They do way more flanking. They just do things that are unorthodox, kind of similar to ALG, frankly. And that, to me, is the big question mark. Are the Beginners just going to keep playing their standard game? And if they do, I think that's not going to work very well for them. But maybe they try to make some adjustments and deal with a slightly more fast pace that I'm pretty confident Silent Purge is going to bring to the table.
Sleepy, your thoughts going into this set? It's I don't know. We gotta go over pick bands, so why don't we dive into those? What do we have coming out for the teams today?
Yeah, sure. From the side of Beginners, we have Cargo being banned. So small, close engagement, high aggression map. Probably just to quell Silent Purge. I mean, Silent Purge can really turn up the heat.
Yeah.
And then on the side of Silent Purge, we have a ban of Subway. And, Beginners and I would say Boss Fight are 2 teams that I'm aware of anyways in the EU that play Subway quite well. So no surprise really there from the Silent Purge side. We are here on map 1, which is Quarantine, a map I love both as a caster and as a player, still one of my favorites. And it sounds like the teams are ready to kick things off, so I'm going to shut up now and pass it back over to you guys to give us the action here play by play as we go through this first round here on Quarantine.
A quick intermission is what I like to see, and we are right in to that action. It is going to be on to that Quarantine map, and curious to see how Silent Purge kick off this defense as we go to the north objective. A bit of a spread spawn working in the favor of the Beginners' slow, methodical play style, and I think I'm curious to see if they take this one, if they take their time on this rotation. Already getting caught out with a really nice angle from Hoochie. Identifies the spawn. He loses his rifle in the chaos, picks it back up, but a quick spawn identification plays a lot when you're defending, right? If you can ID where Marsoc is, where they've spawned right out the gate, it's really important because there's a variety of positions that Marsoc can spawn in, and that's going to determine when and where you're going to see the enemy.
Yeah, Smoil's now moving to the north, sort of on his lonesome. Looks like Beginners are taking a much more spread out offense, which I guess is on brand, as you were saying earlier. Killinger and Paws hanging out near center burning. Sorry, go ahead.
No, they've just really honed in that style of where they all spread, and it seems like maybe there's disconnect, but in reality, when it's done right, there's very little disconnect. They are pretty much all in sync. The timing of when they push lined up all at the same time. They're a team that's very well practiced at that style of offense, and so we have Stragic still at spawn, who's watching for any early aggression, and I think that's really the key. A main element of the Beginners Marsoc style is they are set up to watch for the aggressive defense, which we've been seeing more and more of. So, to their point, it seems like it's worthwhile doing because we've been seeing some teams really invest in some wild flanks, and especially when you get into this postseason, that's when that kind of crazy play really starts to shine.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with that. And Silent Purge playing a bit more conservatively. I know that they tend to like pushing. He's not playing today, but Flossie is usually the one they have flanking. It looks like they are just going to play a more lockdown, watch angles kind of defense, at least for this first round. Which, as I was saying before, makes sense when you're in the playoffs because you have to be, in many cases, a little more conservative. You don't want to blow around, do anything too reckless that could cost you a map or a round or what have you, because that could stop you from moving into the semis. And Hoochie looking down into impact building. He's about to run into 3 different players if they continue on this line. And right as I say that, they rotate away to the west. And Rushers is watching that angle, though.
Ooh.
Ooh, nice spot.
What a really good ID there from Woods. To be even checking that window in that angle is insane to me. I don't know why he would look there, but he does. He finds himself a kill, and now Rusher is putting down the suppressive fire into the window, has to back off after missing his shots. Can't afford to stay there and continue to defend, and I wonder if the rotation is going to be able to catch anyone out, but you know, I'm sure Beginner's aware that that's a possibility.
I think Beginners are sort of pushing their luck time-wise. Stray Jack just came out of the spawn.
Crazy.
He's by himself, and then they have Smoils way, way into the, what is this, the northeast. I mean, they've only got a minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Their west side is coming in now. Killinger tosses a grenade. Rusher's going to see him and catch him on the white car. Icy Woods and pause. Far west, Icy Woods finishes off Rushers. Oh, and Smoils gets Sri Lankan.
You question the methods, but this is looking good. Strategic's here right on top of OBJ. They've got control of the west. Smoils watching a very long lane. That's why he's way over there. But he's covering so much ground. He's watching a huge swath of area. Don Patron able to trade 1-for-1. Flossy swings, catches Strategic getting a little lackadaisical. Smoils is here to find that refrag, and Beginners come out guns blazing, getting their Marsoc round win.
Yeah, excellent execution there from Beginners. What started as a questionable time management situation turns out to be quite well executed and timed indeed. My bigger concern from that round was Silent Purge's very off objective defense. There was nothing wrong with it. No one was necessarily openly hanging out and just, risky business or etc. But I found a lot of them so far off of. I mean, if Pazin had chose to push off the west, there could have very well been a cap there before those last kills rang in. I mean, Smoils and the others in the east could have continued to just kind of eat bullets while Paz pushed onto the objective and got that cap.
Yeah.
So, I mean, a lot of risks to take when pushing out your defense that far, and to not see any sort of reactionary change once they ID'd where the Beginners were coming from seems a bit odd. But, it's round one. We'll see what Silent Purge have for the offense here in the next round. But still a good round overall. Silent Purge still able to get some picks in there.
A very, you're right. Not a bad round if you're Silent Purge. Not something to really take down as a negative. They did relatively well to battle out and get to where they did on that round. And it seemed like they really had it for a while, but suddenly, as it is with Beginners, they crash in on you and make things difficult. So, solid bit of defense there, but ultimately not enough. We'll see if they can answer back with a Marsoc round of their own as we hop into round number 2 of map 3 out of 6 of today. I guess the first map of this series. I mean, what's the terminology? I don't know.
Maybe just second match.
There you go. First map of our second series. How about that?
There we go. It's got a nice ring to it. Yeah, similar setup as what Sleepy was saying. Very kind of off objective defense. Although this is really the one objective you can kind of get away with that just because it's so out in the open. If somebody gets close, a lot of angles you can watch from.
Surprised that Silent Purge picked into this one. I think Beginners do well on these sorts of maps. If anything, maybe it is an indicator that Beginners aren't as powerful as we may have thought on a map like Quarantine, because Silent Purge have the experience of playing against Beginners. They know what they're good at because they play in their division and play them, I wouldn't say often, but often enough. And they have a little familiarity of what's going to be going on here, so.
Yeah, the one thing that I think tends to happen is teams adjust their own comfortable style a little too much based on who
Mhm.
they're playing against. They don't play their own game. And obviously it's early on. I'm not going to pass judgment yet, but it seems like Silent Purge kind of doing that. They're playing almost like beginners in the sense that they're just taking their time, being very slow and methodical. And in my experience, both playing them and watching them, they excel in more aggressive style of plays. So yeah, we will see how that unfolds for them. But if they try to play beginners at their own game, that's not a great sign for them, in my opinion.
Uchi's managed to push up a little bit here up to that broken, downed plane and got himself a nice little angle through the window. Silent Purge all slowly working their way up. But it is a slow roll. They're taking their time getting to where they need to be, and they don't seem actually as far back as beginners did at 220 right now. Unless they go for a pretty significant rotation, they are getting closer and closer to the objective.
Yeah, 3 minutes down, 2 minutes left. And we did see how well beginners crashed in with, I think, 1:20 is when their big aggressive action started last round. I see Wood spotted Flossie, couldn't take him out. Flossie rotates.
I think Flossie went to go for a put cross out there and immediately took shots and said nope and tucked himself back in.
Not good.
Killinger's about to peek on Flossie and throws a grenade. Flossie has to feel trapped now. He is just rotating back and forth around this rooftop courtyard. If he goes one way, he's got Icy Woods. If he goes another, he now knows that somebody is up there because a grenade just came onto him. A minute left. Don Patron and who is the Sri Lankan on the east. They are starting their push a bit later. Uchi and Rusher is still at Impact Building. Paz catches Shri in the east.
Flash up and over from Flossie. Killinger completely blind, calls it out. Here's the footstep, starts to pre-fire his corner. Flossie doesn't push off fast enough. Paz able to reinforce. Flossie ducks down, takes shots onto the corner, doesn't get tagged. Killinger with a nice swing. Well timed. Don Patron finds the refrag. He doesn't get Killinger though. Killinger runs out of ammo, has to reload. Don keeps pushing. He goes past Killinger. And now he's team killing. And he goes down. A absolute chaotic bit of work there from Don to secure beginners the win.
Crazy.
Yeah, and see, that's what happens when you have these pushes where you take up so much of the clock, jostling into position and then waiting. When things go off and things don't work out to the plan that's in your head, you have no time to adapt and reassess and overcome that situation. It's just not there, and you can see, I mean, Don Patron did a great job of pushing out, grabbing a refrag, but then, you know, by the skin of his teeth, made it to the protection of that tank, only to turn and burn on his own teammate and be taken down in the open field by Killinger, who notices what's going on and actually stops chasing and goes and doubles back towards the objective. Otherwise, he would have been, you know, had a much harder time getting that last pick to secure. But I mean, it was a good play, and I think if sprung a bit earlier and not so much of the waiting and the dancing of beforehand, Silent Purge might have come out with that round win. And of course, minus the team kill, because Rushers could have very well possibly taken down Dr. Killinger there after he grabbed Stray Jack. So yeah, it's I mean, or after he grabbed up Patron. So it's really hard to say exactly what would have happened had said X not happened Y. But yeah, I mean, well played by beginners. Silent Purge, and honestly, any team out there, I recommend you pad your time a little bit better to account for things not going to plan.
Yeah, I wonder what Silent Purge, or what beginners, excuse me, did, because you know, like to your point earlier, Theta, they are doing really good of bouncing back from a tough series. You know, they've 2 maps are gone out of their hands. It's a tough pill to swallow, to know that you have to basically win out every round from now on to really be a competitor for that top 2 spot. And it is no, you know, pressure-free position. So for them to just snag 2 like this is a really good job from beginners to bounce back, and maybe they're getting that momentum back onto their side, which is something you got to watch out for if you're Silent Purge. They got to shut this down now.
Yeah, you never want the other side to feel too good about what's happening. And starting out with a 2-0, beginners are likely to feel very confident right now. And Silent Purge, I mean, again, it's just the first 2 rounds. Hard to tell. It doesn't feel like they're putting a ton of pressure on beginners. And that is the most reliable way to get people tilted, is to just put them in an uncomfortable position. But if you let the beginners play this way, where they have all the time they need to get into position, pro for picks, I should say, and just play what you call traditional beginner style, they will win most of the time. I think that's the key to the ALG win we saw earlier, is just that they did not allow them to play their own orthodox style. They made them uncomfortable on almost every round.
Woods proning his way up this street, seems to be dialed in on what could be Rusher's position there. Wary of somebody up on that floor, and actually shots come in from Rushers, so is going to ID his position there. Woods really looking for that kill here.
Yeah, Woods has been catching all kinds of fantastic angles all day. Seems like he's always checking the angles that nobody's expecting him to check. And Rushers is doing a good job of maintaining an overwatch in that southeast without exposing himself much at all to that southern street. Although Killinger about to have an angle on him. Laser is hitting his position. Rushers catches him first, but he's down in a good position to get revived as well.
Rushers should be able to see this. It's going to be really hard to get res and not get picked up here. He's going to have to be tucked in behind the Hesco as soon as the res comes out. Ooh.
You revived him.
Narrowly escapes death. Like you said, that was a bit dangerous, but it pays off. Beginners back to full strength. He catches Killinger anyway. I see Woods. His laser keeps hitting Rusher's position, and he has to know he's there, especially after that death.
Look at this, though, on the back end. DeFlossi's peeking out here. Strajac seems to be ready and waiting. Shots come in. They just go over his head. DeFlossi tucks back in. Woods now taking shots up onto Rushers. He trades out. Smoils snags one on objective, and look at this. Suddenly, objective barren and open to attack. Not a single defender here. Smoils has the easy walk-in route. Not anymore. No, they all seemingly know he's here, but still no rotation. Dawn does find Woods. The confirm comes out. But they are, I mean, they have no defense on the back end. This is an easy walk-in cap. Dawn, I think, just realizes this. Yeah, he's calling it out now. No one's back on that north side.
They had Flossie in that sort of Sarlacc pit in Tank Courtyard a moment ago, and Sri Lankan in the mall. I mean, like you said, if Don Patron goes down, this is going to be bad. Smoil's in a position to do a nice little wraparound on the east side as well. Pause now coming in from the south. They're getting surrounded. And Flossie in the, easily the weakest position out of this defense. Sri Lankan and Patron, either one of them go down. The objective is beyond precarious. Although 55 seconds left, there is going to have to be some urgency from the beginners for this to work.
It's timing up nicely, though. They got Smoils moving in. They have Pause over here on this side. They got Strajek up front, drawing a good amount of attention to himself. It's going to come down to that pinch onto objective with 30 seconds. Beginners are lining this up perfectly on the clock. It's going to come down to the wire, though. They're going to have very little time to punch in this code. I'm surprised to not see a rotation yet from Sri Lankan. or from Flossie to really pop out. He's staying tucked in. Down he goes. A quick trade between him and Paz. Smoils comes barreling down to objective, and he's here. Don's going to swing out. He does get the kill underneath the nose of Paz. 15 seconds left, and he gets scooped up by Sri Lankan. A very solid hold from Silent Purge to keep things from spiraling out of control and to keep them in this one 2-1.
Yeah, a great use of defensive rotation there from Silent Purge. They knew what was going on. They knew who they were losing, and they managed to get rotations. They knew they were able to spot the weaknesses in their defense and accommodate for them as best they could. You know, those guys in that parking garage exit were a little bit kind of confined there for a moment. But yeah, overall, I'd say a good adaptation round on the defense from Silent Purge, and they commanded a nice point there from beginners and helped stop the momentous flow of points coming out of them at the moment.
You have to shut it down. You can't let Espo beginners momentum run wild. It'll run wild on you, and so you have to prevent the beginners from going Hulkamania.
Yeah, rule number 1 in Onward, never allow Hulkamania.
All right, that's like my third joke of the day. I think I've reached my limit.
Oh, we're here for another couple hours. We've got more in reserve. Oh, we got some jokes in the back pocket waiting for us. You know,
Oh, you guys missed some gold over on VRML channel yesterday between me and Noman. When in doubt, dump the magazine out.
That's a good one.
Other classics like that one and more. So you should go back and watch that from yesterday. Get a few new one-liners.
Go back and watch the classic
Shaden,
game.
That was another one.
Oh yeah, I heard that. I heard that one garnered some popularity. So well done on that front. But hey,
I'm good for one thing. It's useless puns and jokes.
Useless puns and jokes aside, we got some excellent action ahead of us here. This has been a great round 1 so far. Our shots raining down onto Stragic as he makes this risky cross. He gets out there without getting tagged. The luck of the Irish gets him to where he needs to be.
Silent Purge saw the beginners running into their defensive positions. Flossie saw the cross and entry into Motel for pause.
Yeah, I obviously got him. They
And
just tried to
at
revive
least
him.
one cross to the south was ID'd as well. So they're starting to see the spread. Neither of those are particularly surprising positions, but now they know they have entrenched defenders they have to deal with in those spots. Couldn't manage to get those early picks. It's always nice when you can catch somebody on the cross early on. You know that that position will be open for your push later on.
I mean, it's one lane that leads to you having to worry about the whole south of the map. If you just cover that lane and deny the cross, the entire south of the side of that map becomes a non-threat, and it really lets you focus in on the enemy position. It's Killinger here with a very tight angle, looks for to thread the needle, can't get the shots.
One is the roof. One dead parking
Ooh,
lot.
and I see Woods catches Don Patron. See, he's in the parking garage, correct? Yes. Okay, so early aggression not paying off. Hoochie's now in the middle of the South Street. See Flossie over near the APC. They're pushing in a bit of a straight line. And once again, this is, we were talking about this on the ALG game. If you play like this, if you're all spread out and you try to go one by one, you're sort of playing beginner's game. Ooh, Hoochie shoots Stray Jack in the south. Smoils could potentially go for the res. That would be very risky, though. He's going to rotate around. Smart.
So many unconfirmed kills today. If you're not familiar with the game's concept, if you get shot, sometimes you are either insta-killed by getting shot in the head, or you're shot and downed, in which case a teammate can run over to your dead corpse, pick up a syringe, and resurrect you, bringing you back to life. It's then at this point that if you get shot anywhere, you will die and can be unresable and cannot be rezzed again. And so you know, you're a little bit softer after you've been picked up, just because if you get tagged, you are going to be instantly, you're going to be downed and unresable for the remaining round. But what you often see is the shooter will put a couple of extra rounds into a downed body. And this is to guarantee that that person cannot be resurrected, because if you shoot a downed player, it prevents the enemy from being able to resurrect them. So interesting to see so many reses available and get picked up. And I've been keeping an eye on Hoochie as Paz finds one, because Hoochie is slowly working his way up to objective. He's trying to thread the needle.
Yeah, we're seeing just a lot of this happening where somebody goes down and there's no possibility of a refrag.
Can he get through here? No, Stray Jack has an angle.
Yeah, Stray Jack's about to see him if he crawls right there. Although Stray Jack looked away for a moment. Oh boy, if he gets in here now, Stray Jack's gonna see him.
Yeah, there's a gap in time right here. Finally, the shots come in, not before a kill is secured onto Killinger. Not secured, as he is resable, but does down him. And that's a pretty big down. Their on-objective defender gone. They still have Icy Woods, and everyone else is still up. Silent Purge have all been down, save Sri Lankan, who is swinging here and scooping up Stragic.
Okay, one's down in south.
Well, they know where he is now. They can isolate him. You know, there's one in the south.
Okay, I'm around them on the back. You gotta watch me.
Smoils is watching that angle.
Oh!
Wow, Shri catches him. It's a lot of confirmations.
Under the bridge.
20 seconds. Yeah, there it is. Beginners go up 3-1 with that kill from Paz.
Had a lot of room to work up there, and yeah, a solid hold. They knew where he was. The call-outs from the down teammate. Everything going into their favor. Sleepy, your thoughts on that round?
I mean, it was a valiant effort there from Silent Purge. They did absolutely everything they could, and Stray Jack was doing it. Or I'm sorry, Sri Lankan was doing an amazing job there at the end to try and bring it back for Silent Purge. But it was just between the time, the distance, and the number of defenders that were still left. He was just facing an insurmountable enemy at that point. But you know, another good, solid defensive round from Beginners, as we come to expect from the #1 team in the world. I mean, it's just, it's map 1 in this series, so even if Beginners do take this one, Silent Purge can maybe pick into a map or play a map that they'll do better on. Maybe they're just not having a good map right now, even against their own expectations. They're just not playing to their own expectations even. So it's really hard to tell without going in there and doing in-between round interviews with each of the players, which of course is unlikely and obviously a waste of time in between rounds. So
we'd be here for 24 hours. It'd be a 24-hour stream.
It'd be a 24-hour charity stream because we would need the charity to keep us going. But no, Silent Purge are still playing well. They're just not. They just don't have that oomph to get over the hill, the hump to get those points against Beginners right now. So we'll see what unfolds as we go forward. But for now, they're still putting forth a great effort in getting those round wins where they can.
They're doing their best up against the #1 team in their division. It is not an easy task by any means. Even though ALG, I mean, didn't make it look easy, but certainly made it look easier. It is really not the case, and I'm curious to see again if Beginners do just sort of kind of rally back from those 2-0 losses. Take 2 here from Silent Purge and 2 from Vikings, because those are teams they're familiar playing with. ALG is that wild card in this EU Cup where nobody really knows how they're going to play, and so wouldn't terribly surprise me to see them come out on top of how they're playing right now. But hey, like anything's possible. Vikings and Silent Purge are fantastic teams. They're very capable of taking rounds from anybody in this group stage, and I'm not counting Silent Purge out just yet.
Yeah, and there's an old saying from fighting that styles make fights, and I think that is very true in this situation as well.
Yeah.
You know, I think ALG just has a play style that Beginners are not used to. They don't know how to cope with very well, but not to say they couldn't cope with it in the future. Probably just weren't quite expecting what they faced today. And this is more along the lines of, like, these two played each other so much. They know how to modulate each other's style, or at least Beginners, I think, are modulating Silent Purge a little bit better. But you know, all these teams, if you make it to the semis, or excuse me, the round robin, I mean, you're a good team. So it's not like any of these teams are bad. I think sometimes you just have situations like that where it's very challenging to deal with a change or a play style that you're not used to.
Totally agree with you on that. It's again, I think it's probably why our our analyst desk, if you will, our pre-show desk, all leaned towards beginners, or excuse me, ALG taking at least one of these spots. Silent Purge, I believe, was Tripp's choice, who noted that they did very good on Bazaar in their round W. Here they're struggling a bit against beginners, not a lot. They're very close with these beginners matchups, but we'll see what happens. This is their map pick, and I gotta wonder where we're headed for beginners map choice. Do you think it's gonna be Downfall, or do we go? We can't possibly be going to Bazaar. That's definitely off the table.
I would guess Downfall. Yeah, I think they want to keep it long range if possible. That's where they excel, and they know it. Killager gets Don Patron in the impact building.
Hoochie's in rubble, not rotating out. Flossie getting suppressed by a few defenders. Strazak actually scoops up Hoochie by popping up out of the hole from the garage, and now beginners looking good. Silent Purge getting picked off one by one. Rushers would be that next front line sort of defense, along with DeFlossie. They are right on top of this Marsoc push.
Killager right on Flossie, and Flossie pushes the corner and prevails instead. He's now in a position to flank. Oh, but Icy Wood says, nope, not today. Jumps down into that crack and finishes off Flossie. Now 2v4 in favor of beginners. And trade there. Rushers is still up, but it is now 1.5 versus 3 for the map point. I think Smoyles heard Rushers talking and is now going to run up and finish him off, I already guess.
Sri Lankan was about to drop out and go for a wide rotation and checks his pad, realizes the situation he's in, and on this rotation, he may get caught out. Paz has an angle. Paz very much in the open. Sri Lankan ducks down nicely. It's a physical game here, people. You got to be moving in your play space to dodge shots like that, and so a good bit of squatting work from Sri Lankan to keep himself alive. We'll see how long it keeps him alive, though. He's getting surrounded.
This is such a hard objective to defend individually because, and Icy Woods nullifies that. And beginners win quarantine 4-1. Yeah, I mean, to your point earlier, I think we're probably going to see Downfall next, if I were to guess.
And the analyst desk would agree. Seeing as it hasn't been banned, Downfall seems like a pretty obvious choice for us going into the next map. But we are wrong. And look, everything that we said before was just a joke. We were just kidding. We all think that we're going to play Bazaar next, and guess what? That's what we're doing. So, spoiler alert, it's Bazaar. But yes, so beginners taking a pretty commanding lead there, or a pretty commanding win score-wise, anyways, with that 4-1 win on Quarantine. That will definitely help them because, you know, now that they have lost those rounds, every round, you know, we talked about it, not only do they need to win every map, but they need to really be trying to win every round and try and stop any other team that they face off against today from scoring anything. So a good showing there on Quarantine, only allowing that 1 point from Silent Purge. Excuse me, but they're going to have to keep that going. They cannot let up on that at any point throughout the rest of the day because they need every single one of those rounds to help them win any possible tiebreaker scenarios going forward to claim one of those two top spots. Excuse me, the hiccups always come at the wrong time.
I think beginners chose side, which would explain our unexpected map pick here, Bazaar for map 2. Silent Purge just saw ALG take a map against beginners here. Makes sense that they then pick into it. And if you're not familiar with the format of the day, I don't blame you. It's a little bit new from our regular season sort of stuff. But essentially what happens is beginners as the home team get to ban a map. They ban Cargo. Silent Purge ban a map. They ban Subway. Oh, beginners picked Quarantine. I thought they started on Mars. Did they start on Marsoc on Quarantine?
I don't remember.
I don't either, but let's say beginners pick Quarantine, so that would make sense then that Silent Purge picked this map. I am wrong on the side assumption. I just forgot who went first there, but either way, I guess that explains things a little bit better, honestly, in my mind, that beginners snagged their own map, and now we get to see what Silent Purge bring to the table on their map pick up against beginners who have just experienced the map loss against ALG. Paz taking shots on the Don, those don't land, and already we're off to the races.
Fun fact for those just joining us in the series or for the day, that's also the map that beginners got capped on by Aimless Gaming in the very first round of today's game. So I'm sure they're going to be playing their defense a bit more closely this time around.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit more of a traditional Silent Purge offense with DeFlossy way in the west as a flanker. Seems to be his role in many of their plays. And they are getting much closer to objective much quicker than they were on Quarantine. Although, to be fair, there's much less distance that needs to be covered, as Hoochie is already across the street.
Oh, no.
Oh. That is not a good way to start this round.
Maybe that's the pressure of the series, of the entirety of Group B, getting to rushers. He runs over, checks the body, realizes his mistake, calls it out. Now they know they're one short. One coming in from that east side, one from center, one from west. They got another in the east on the back end there. Eventually he'll be moving up. But yeah, you're absolutely right. If you look at this beginner's defense, I suppose it was this tight up against the likes of ALG. We actually saw a very similar defensive setup. Smoils was inside objective room there, and they almost capped him. If you recall, they traded on objective there, and so yep. Wonder if Smoils is shifting off of that rather unsuccessful, or I guess successful, but nearly unsuccessful hold there. And he's got the tablet out now, so he's got a drone somewhere. Paz scoops up Hoochie, and he's been radioing in nonstop, so he's giving information to this team on somebody's location.
Yeah, once again, I would love to know where that drone is being used very effectively.
We're just going to have to keep an eye on the defense at the start of rounds to see who's deploying drones so we can see where they go right away. Because it seems to be a more common tactic being utilized by both teams.
Yeah, and we have people in the southeast. Enemies.
Yeah, Flossie seems to be realizing that he is by himself over in this west completely. He's trying to make a move. Rushers catches Icy Woods. That will open up a flank for Flossie. Oh, Stray Jack going for the revive, though. Yeah, and here it comes. Flossie getting very, very brave near the objective. They're hearing him already. And I don't know, maybe the drone playing a role there. It sounded like they had him called out pretty early. Oh, maybe not. And Smoils, if he... Oh, Sri Lankan does Flossie a big favor. Flossie should be able to get this on Woods if he stays out in the open. Oh,
no, he's pushing in. He's on objective. He's behind the defense. Killinger's here. Killinger swings. He trades on OBJ, and beginners come out on top of the 1v1 trade. Silent Purge coming out the gate hot on Bazaar.
Yeah, a great play from them for their first Marsoc round there. An unfortunate swing of events there at the end. You know what, Theta? I'm not looking for your drones. In this map. The
Good
number of places you can hide a drone in Bazaar is just staggering. I mean, I tried for a few moments, and I'm just like, I don't have time to sit here and check every nook, cranny, and corner of this map to see where they might have had that sucker. But a good use of it, and they've been making use of that quite well. I'm feeling very Rainbow Six Siege meta stuff coming into the game now with the camera usage. So I'm excited to see how that will evolve maybe going into season 11 and how Marsoc, tries to respond to that intel gathering or usage that Volk will have to their advantage there. So, but a great play there, Flossie making an excellent move. A little bit of momentary decision making gone wrong a bit.
Yeah.
He realistically should have just run up the side of the building and hid next to it to try and get the cap in, but maybe he's not a fast capper, so he knows he's not confident and needs, felt better being inside, protected.
Right.
He also went to make sure that the defender wasn't there, who he just barely missed, so he was on a rabbit chase. So there's a lot of complex aspects going into that made that not really work out for him, but a great round again from Silent Purge overall, even though they didn't walk out with the round win. But beginners, of course, proving their defense is a tough one to crack.
Yeah, and to your point about the drones, it's interesting because if you fly the air drone, there's an indicator of where it is. You get the audio cue of the propellers going, and with the ground drone, once they park it, you have no idea. I mean, you could just hide those drones, and like beginners are showing they know how to do that very well, because even as casters, like looking around, I was looking too, I couldn't find it. No idea where the drone was. So it's an excellent tool for gathering information if you know how to use it, as these beginners clearly do.
Heavy east spawn here, heavy east push from beginners, kind of an ALG vibe almost, as they're all grouped up here on this east side.
Yeah, they've got one more towards the market, but you're right. Pretty much everybody in the east now, which is pretty unorthodox for the beginners.
I mean, if you're Silent Purge, put yourself into their shoes. You're defending, beginners like to split, surround, and collapse. If you hear one, you're not going to necessarily rotate off of your spot right away. So Flossie really has, to that point, Silent Purge is set up perfect. They're in the right position. Sri Lankan and Flossie here in the east. If they were on the west side and they had that west available, I would say that this is that's the concern here. But they're gonna have to clear out the likes of Sri Lankan and Flossie, and Sri Lankan's already snagged one. He's gonna look for another, but there's lasers dialed into his position now.
Yeah, it's an interesting interplay of expectation violation that's going on. Like you said, if you're setting up a defense against beginners, you expect them to be spread out. By not doing that, it can kind of blow up your defense. Though, Silent Purge and beginners at 4v4 right now, so it hasn't cost them yet, if it will.
Yeah, I killed Fred. Oh shit.
Boss gets Sri Lankan.
Gets Sri Lankan and then recognizes Flossie up top, tucks himself back in, gets the call out. Hoochie scoops up another beginner's offense. Down goes Flossie to Woods. The south is opened up here, and we're going to see if this crash from the east is going to pay off, because Don and Hoochie are on OBJ.
I don't know if I killed Jason or not.
And Hoochie is checking the west, too, because, again, to your point, you would expect them to be spread and have at least one person coming from the opposite direction, so they have all their focus spread around. I see Woods get Stomp Patron, and south 100% open now.
Not an ideal situation for Hoochie. Woods puts out a couple of rounds on the corner. Seemed like guesswork, but Hoochie steps into the bullets to end that round. Beginners piling onto their lead now here in map 2, going up 2-0.
So what I saw here, a lot of here, was some good shooting from Silent Purge, but they're too anxious to peek. You don't do that against beginners. I think, most most people know that realistically, and maybe Silent Purge were trying to roll on the confidence of those first early round picks that they had, and that they weren't seeing a lot of movement out west, and they thought, okay, maybe this will be a bit easier. We can close in on them, similar to how they would do on us. And, you know, you've seen it before. Sometimes the defense will be the one to get aggressive if they know they have a spawn where they can corner and box in an offense and leave them with no options to escape. A lot of times you'll see that, but I don't know. I feel like there were kind of too many unnecessary rushes to recover or to get a refrag maybe, or even just to get the intel and see who was around the corner, which ended up to loss of life. And so it was a good. I really don't know how to analyze it any better because it was a good round, but just simple mistakes there, and against a team like Beginners will be what cost you.
Yep, small mistakes stack up when you're playing against good teams, no doubt about it.
Sri Lankan, though, really doing well for his team, though, carrying 4 kills. Poochie and Flossie with 1 apiece, and Patrona Rushers unable to get anything going just yet. And I see Woods carrying a 6er over on the side of Beginners, doing really well for their team so far in this one, and Killinger and Paz with 1 and 2 respectively.
All right, I'm watching Smoils this time because he just dropped a drone. I'm going to follow this one this time. I'm going to figure out where they're putting this.
That means we can afford to watch Silent Purge roll out their offense, and eventually we'll see where that drone ends up setting itself and where the recon comes in. It's interesting to see Smoils taking that, considering he used to be their LMG. I guess his support role has just sort of shifted a little bit. You know, he's not doing the suppressive fire as much now, and he's using that drone for recon.
Okay, so if you look on me, he has placed it right behind the tank in this little area where there's like a barricade and crates. I don't know exactly how to describe that, but there, unless you knew exactly what to look for, you would never see that. It's probably going to hurt them because they have several people in the middle or near that street.
This is interesting. We're seeing a similar defensive setup to that of ALG against Beginners there. They had Killinger in that Kayat building, except he doesn't interfere for the entirety of the round. He gets scooped up by rushers pretty early, and now they're just down 1 right out the gate. Silent Purge off to a good start on this objective. .320 on the clock, the slow roll. Very much the case here for Silent Purge. Beginners with this objective staying very tucked in. They prefer to keep themselves tight around the objective kill room. It's the smart way to hold this objective. You cannot afford to be down to even 2 in just this courtyard. You have to be able to have at least 3, and then that 1 can rotate. Strazak can crash in pretty fast from 2 different sides, from the north or from that east. So he's got options, and we'll see how Beginners ultimately defend Silent Purge slowly setting up.
Smoils just called out Flossie because he walked in front of that drone. So they know that there's somebody coming east side now.
I mean, everything's coming in. Sri Lankan crashing in onto Woods. Down he goes. Woods tried to throw a nade, but that doesn't do much. He does get that kill still. Hoochie here looking for the refrag. Finds it through the window. An excellent track from that door into the window by Hoochie. Really nice pickup there. Dawn's on objective. Paz is challenged by 2. 1 goes down. Rushers is here. Pad's out. Look at how quick Rushers pulls Pad. He's trying to punch in code. Strazak's trying to crash here to get in time. Can he do it? No, he can't. Silent Purge. Punch it in. Just under the nose of Strazak. Good discipline on them, and things are tied up here on map 2.
Well, I know any of Rusher Dangler roster mates are proud of him there for going for that one. As you can see, he saw that opportunity. He pulled that tablet out immediately and went for that cap. Now, is he the fastest fingers in the West? No, by no means. But he got the cap and just in the nick of time because he was taken down by Stray Jack as he rushed back for that clutch. And I mean, even with that doesn't win the round because as we saw, Hoochie was there still on the board, on the field to play, and so that didn't mean necessarily anything, but a nice comeback there from Silent Purge. Impressive play there from them, even in the pinch on time and with a few things going wrong on the push in, and we're back to a tie game here, and they just keeping things rolling. We're into the next round.
Not a whole lot of delay between sessions here. Both teams feeling the flow, feeling good. Things all evened up here as we get into that next round, and this is Group B delivering on all accounts. ALG take 2 from beginners, and now here we are in a very good back and forth for our 4th map of the day.
Oh, at least one more in the fucking OJ court.
Yeah, I have to wonder what's going through the minds of beginners. Everybody, I would assume them too, was assuming they were going to be the easy favorite to take the #1 spot, but not saying they can't secure one of the spots, but I think that is looking a little more precarious than people were expecting. Stray Jack takes out Rushers. He was hanging out in the east. So Icy Woods making his way up to the north, and he is seeing Hoochie. He knows he's there. Hoochie does not adjust fast enough. And now the north is wide open. Nobody in the north at all at this point. Just 2 in objective area, 1 across the street directly to the east. Beginners still have full strength, a full 5-person squad alive.
It's interesting that Woods would get that kill. Ooh, a team kill. That's bad. But Woods would get that kill. 2 kills on the north and then drop off of it. You said the north is clear, but oddly enough, they don't decide to push that. They decide to stick to this east side that they've invested some time in. Smoils isn't there to radio it, to hold a drone and identify this push. He is there to get the kill, though. Down goes 1. The flash comes up and over from the Flossie. More shots ring into his position. All kinds of rounds flying at him. And here comes the push from beginners at 3 minutes. The East getting overwhelmed, and suddenly objective defense is incredibly weak.
That's 5v1, all up to Flossie, and he's not directly on objective either. I don't think beginners are going to go for a cap. Yeah, they don't. Smoils catches DeFlossie, and now beginners on the verge of winning the 2nd map.
It's exactly what they needed. You know, when you talk about them bouncing back again from that 2-0 loss, this is a very good performance so far.
Yeah, and it's a good job at stopping the momentum change that Silent Purge was possibly going to pick up after swinging that cap in the previous round to tie things up here. You really got to be careful about that, because if you let your opponent get too comfortable again, too in the groove, too as Theta would say, playing to their own play style, playing their own game, and not playing into their heads of, oh my god, it's the beginners, or oh my god, it's Silent Purge, or it's Global Chem, or it's any of the, you know, fearful teams that you're always afraid of matching up against, because you know it's the possibility of a loss ahead of you. Yep. So a great job there from beginners to stop that flow. A nice attempt there from Silent Purge, but a few mistakes as well. You know, you had that team kill, which basically limited one of their players to a 1-shot, and the last 3 of their key defenders there at the end of the round. So I did see a very impressive spin move from, who was it there at the end, to Flossie, I believe it was the last to go down. As he went to check fire windows, as he heard movement in the bazaar, he did this very interesting spin move as he kind of rolled from the opening of the window, shot through it, and then kind of rolled along the window. It was very impressive. Like a ballerina.
I think the kids call that a 360 no scope.
Boom, roasted, sleepy on suicide watch.
The VR version of a 360 no scope, that's for dang sure. Certainly a good bit of shooting there, and now we move on to our next round down into the west. Curious to see what Silent Purge do here. This is a capable objective, but against beginners defense, I don't know if I see that as a possibility.
Yeah, and I'm going to watch for this drone again because I'm just fascinated by this new game that's emerging. I heard Smoil singing a song to his drone. Okay, so he has placed the drone this time. He's watching the cross on the south side. He's on this little like telephone pole.
Yep.
Huh, interesting.
Good bit of coverage there. Can definitely drop back off of angles like that. Icy Woods didn't need to be holding through the window. If anything, Woods getting a little over peaky there. Gets scooped up on his defensive setup, and now beginners down to 4 right out the gate with 4 minutes left in this round.
All right, so they have to know that there's obviously a hole because they took out somebody. Question is, are they going to use that, or are they just going to keep moving on the original plan? It looks like they're just going to keep coming in from the north. And they are starting to spread a little bit into this western courtyard. Killinger should know that he's about to have offensive players on him. He's watching that angle very carefully. And Sri Lankan watching from the south. So they've got a nice encirclement. They're a little spread, but I think just with the angles they're carrying, especially Sri Lankan in the south, he could still have a pretty good position to take out anybody that decides to rotate and watch that west market. I think Hoochie knows that Pause is in that position. Keeps putting laser on it. Or maybe he's just going to pre-fire it, something along those lines.
Getting closer and closer to Killinger here. He's looking for that pickup onto Flossie. He's holding that angle he was for that entire time, and now Flossie does get ever so close to peeking this. The gun isn't quite around the corner. Killinger here's the gun. Here's the movement from Rushers. Gets himself into a trade. Flossie wasn't able to get the gun up in time to shut that trade from going down. Shots ringing in towards Don. He gets scooped up. Nice shots from onto Pause there. Smoils now the last one left alive in a 1v5. Silent Purge doing a great job of just picking off methodically every single beginner's defender.
Well, and you said it there, NightFiree. They did exactly that. They did a good job of picking off literally every single beginner's defender. But you know, a touch more communication there, and that could have been that cap that you were so doubtful of at the start of the round.
Right.
I mean, it was wide open there. Essentially, especially with Smoils rushing out like that, you have 5 men on the board. You could have easily sacrificed the 2 in that courtyard in that block just across the street from the objective to let Stray Jack get in on the backside and get that cap in. But hey, I'm not gonna knock you for getting your round win either in such a tight map race here. So Silent Purge still trying to swing that momentum back their direction. It's 3-3 again here on the map, and Hoochie, I was worried because he's been having a bit of team kill problem again today. I was really worried he was going to kill the Flossie there as he came through the kill room area, but a great push from Silent Purge to again swing things back their way, and beginners can be getting a little worried. Another map would really put them at a disadvantage. It could even possibly put them out of contention for today's qualification.
Oh yeah. Silent Purge is in the exact same boat. They've won one. Actually, they're better off. They've won one and lost one. Actually, now they're both even. They both
lose this one.
Correct.
If they lost this map as well, they would be in the same situation as beginners. Yes.
No, right now they are, because they've lost 2 and they've won 1. Both teams have lost 2 and won a map. I think. If I'm not mistaken.
Let's see. Yeah, so Silent Purge is actually ahead of them. They have 1 set win. Beginners has 0 going into this.
So Silent Purge took 2 maps? I thought they only took 1. I thought it was 1-1.
Let's see. Yeah, the stats are saying set wins 1, so that would mean that they got 1 map off of their last match. Beginners had 0.
Yeah, just look at the challenge bracket. It has who won what there, and yeah. So I think we're all tied up on this one at least. So the winner of this is going to be coming out into a pretty good shape. The loser definitely not where you want to be. It's especially with how things have been going. I think ALG has taken that first map of their series, and so ALG continues to pile on. This second place position is going to be highly contested.
And Silent Purge taking a bit of a risk. They sent Sri Lankan way forward in the north, and that might end up biting them because the bulk of the beginners' force is in the south. And Flossie and Kiot as well. If that standard beginner's crunch comes on and they wipe out the 2 directly on objective, they're going to have a serious problem on their hands.
Uh-oh, they've lost 1.
Yeah,
that mini Bazaar defense gone is rough to deal with. It's a big piece of coverage gone.
And now Flossie and Sri Lankan are probably thinking about rotating, I would expect. Stray Jack making his way into the east side of the market.
If they don't rotate, though, this is looking very good for beginners. They're essentially running into a 2v2 right now on OBJ, as long as Flossie doesn't rotate. Stray Jack's also holding an angle here, looking for any kind of rotation. So they got to be careful about how they swing here. Flossie now taking up Mini Bazaar. He's going to defend this push.
Well, what's interesting is that the beginners are sort of assembling their crew more towards the south. They're about to have 4 in objective area, and there is only 1 directly on objective. They do have DeFlossie in that market area now. Oh, and Silent Purge had a drop.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think they had 2. I thought they had 2 on OBJ. So
that is really unfortunate to happen on a 3-3.
I'm kidding. Well, we've seen a lot of unfortunate things happen today, though, so it's not out of the ordinary, I guess. The reality of the game in its current state is sometimes things happen, bugs happen, you got to play through them. And a drop has occurred, and now they got to play through. We'll see what they can do. -2, essentially. They're into that 3v5 now.
Oh, and I see Woods gets Sri Lankan. It's now just 2 up for Silent Purge.
Objective dead.
Another big snag there. Pause finds the cross angle, picks him up. Where is their defender? Flossie is so out of position. He's crashing now into objective, trying to nade out, trying to get up there. Beginners A-okay with locking in a second map win. Go for the kills. Push things up 4-3.
I mean, well played there from beginners. There's really not much else you can say. They systematically went in there. I mean, yes, Silent Purge did have that unfortunate drop after the reset. The round reset trigger stage has been completed, and that is always tough to see. But yeah, beginners cleaning up and taking the second map as well with a squeaker, 4-3. Silent Purge put up a heck of a match.
Yeah.
Just beginners were just that tiny bit more ready for him, and maybe because that wake-up call from Aimless Gaming in that first round really said, whoa, we're at risk of not moving past this stage if we don't get it together here, and we know Silent Purge is no slouch, so I don't know. Beginners did a good job. They seem to have their momentum back here. Silent Purge definitely trying to keep them bleeding, though. keep giving away points as well, which is what they need to do if they're going to have any losses and if they're going to take any wins.
Yep.
They need those to be with as many points as possible. So a great matchup there, and excited that we got the chance to watch it. Good thing. Glad to see we didn't have more of those unfortunate suicide bugs that we had in the first series there.
Right.
But, yeah, excellent stuff there from both teams.
Yeah, a very good bit of back and forth. The standings not updating there for you, but you can see the score lines of previous rounds on the scoreboard. I'd recommend go ahead and check that out because this is going to be interesting. I think you were right. Beginners are now 2-2. Silent Purge are 1-3. ALG seemingly 3-0 right now, but I think there's still a game going on over on Onward _ VRML. So if you don't have your multi-stream up, you should. And if you're watching here, you should be watching over in Venues, because Venues is awesome. I highly recommend you go check it out if you have a Quest. It's a very good platform, is a really good way to interact in this age of quarantine. And if you want to socialize, get out to an event, you can essentially do that by hopping into Venues. It's a really good spot. So shout out to everyone that's tuning in there and hanging out. A shout out to everyone that's watching across all of the different platforms, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, everywhere. We do really appreciate you all tuning in. The only reason I woke up this morning at 7:30 a.m. was to catch these games. It's all for you. It's all we care about. So thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to cut to a brief intermission while we prepare and set up for what is the final series of the day. The last two maps will be coming at you in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. More Group B. We'll be right back. Thank you all for patiently waiting and hanging out. We are going to deliver you what is the second set that's going in live right now. We're still waiting for this game to finish before we move on to our final round, final few rounds of the day. We're gonna cut to this. This is the second map, mid-round, ALG versus Vikings. It's got Wookie and Trip and Anonymous as casters. We're going to cut to them for the remainder of this game, and then we will be right back here on OML 1, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, stay here. Here comes the action.
Does seem to be exactly what Nolak is going to do. North does seem locked down, so yeah. Nolak can just watch that center.
Here it goes. There goes Soda.
Oh, Nolak missing all of his shots. I don't even think he wounded him.
Yeah, but now he's backing off, and the rest of the team now has no idea. You know, there's someone behind them somewhere. Are they just going to leave him and try and push faster, or are they going to sit and wait and look backwards?
Well, I'm nervous because Vikings have 4 on objective, and then you have Nolak way out there by the tank, and only 2 minutes left on the clock, but I see Seaquick is now hunting for Nolak, which is interesting. Nutjob takes out John over on the west side of the map. Nolak needs to fall back. He needs to get back to objective, and he's kind of stuck because he's in between an entire team of Marstock players right now. Finally finds the kill on Captain Soda, but Seaquick is looking for that refrag. Seaquick has spent a lot of time investing in this kill against Nolak.
One in Echo.
Nolak goes down, walks right into Quick. Two for one. Vikings lone defender doing his job.
I might have killed him.
Oh, Ipino with that clutch position, man. He has been doing that all day today with that prone right there on the floor. He's been catching a lot of people there.
Virus sees Shadow rotate, takes some shots and misses, rotating away, going upstairs. I'm just not seeing a good approach at this point for Aimless. Vikings seem to have this one locked down, and I think the go big strategy with Nolak paid off. 30 seconds left. The beep's gonna go right now.
Beep beep.
I know they've got 4 members still standing. They don't really have any. They have to go in. They have to get some kills. All the utilities coming out now. Ipino knows that Seaquick's right there, shoots him in the head. Virus takes down Ipino. Virus comes in running, 13 seconds. Virus comes around the corner. Shadow shoots him in the back.
Wow. That's what Vikings needed. They're still in this. They're just hanging on for dear life here. That grenade there at the end almost played a role, I want to say. Let's take a quick look at that replay.
I don't know, pulling that pin that close to the objective. It just that's like that's a sign on your back saying shoot me.
Yeah, it really is. And that played the wrong replay. Apologies, guys. So you don't get to see what we're talking about, but hopefully you did witness it for yourself. That was a good refrag too. Yeah, I mean, Vikings just holding on to this. They're not going down without a fight. Exactly. This is the Vikings I was expecting to see here on Bazaar, especially after Silent Purge already played. They had that warm up right against Silent Purge. Now I was just hoping they'd be a little bit more warmed up here for this one.
They're staying alive, but now they've got to attack that objective.
And they can very well cap out from underneath Aimless's nose. Is a very, very capable position. Play your cards right on your approaches.
That's true. That would be a pretty impressive comeback.
I mean, that's what Vikings need right now to stay in this. They need to at least win one map, I want to say.
But, you know, I don't want to say that Aimless is better than Vikings, but if Aimless wasn't able to if Vikings was able to defend that objective against Aimless, there's a safe bet saying Aimless is going to be able to defend it against Vikings.
Yeah. What are your thoughts? Anonymous? Wow, sorry. I need some water.
Well, I think Aimless should hopefully be able to defend this. It looks like they've started to kind of fall apart a little bit after they went up 3-0, which is not what they need right now. They need to get their heads back in the game and defend this objective.
Right. Are they going to choke here, or are they going to bring it home? That's the real question that I will see, I guess. All depends on how Vikings approach this. Just diving in now to round 6.
But not Knuckle. If you run fast into Echo, you can hear
Yep,
him.
Vikings spawning in the tank, at the tank, going right up the middle. Shadow, Ipno, and Nalik.
Oh,
Sounds like they have a decent plan. They were talking at the beginning of the round, and they were telling people where exactly to go and what to listen for. So it seems like they have an approach plan, and the defense here is very standard from Aimless. See, check out Noctum here in the south, putting rounds downrange into the mini market. Not at anybody, I don't think. I don't think he can see Soda. He's just shooting to shoot. Clearing those pallets and whatnot. Shots from Nalik, trying to just make noise, clear angles. Draw that distraction to let the rest of his team move up. ALG side being very quiet. I haven't heard a whole lot of communication yet.
Enemy in blue room.
Nalik does hear, or sorry, he saw Seaquick in the blue room. Just that split second that he was there. There was a grenade where a defender normally would be, but I don't think that grenade would find them. Ooh, Seaquick. Kind of getting pinched here by Vikings. Oh, but John finds the back of Nalik. How did he? Oh, I missed that. Shadow Warrior is just across the street from the objective right now. He's actually the closest member of Vikings to objective and somehow was able to sneak by John. This is a really awkward position. Ipno is slowly coming around the corner. Oh man, nut job right above him. Is Ipno not going to check his... Man, Ipno's not going to check his corner.
Oh. That spot always gets you.
John gets Ipno. Nut job is right above John's CZ. John is not watching out. Oh, and they trade. Oh,
Shadow
no.
Warrior at the same time picks up quick.
Goes for the res on a nut job. Knock him in the south. ALG adjusting their defense like they should. 3-on-3. Knocked him still at red truck. Soda waiting for that south approach. Sees nut job cross north. Now
South approach is their best bet for Vikings, I think, right now because it's pretty wide open. Oh, Soda finds nut job. Oh man, this is not looking good. Grenade comes out. Almost finds Soda.
Noctum uses that fire for cover, crosses the street. He's in blue room now.
Less than 90 seconds on the clock here. If Shadow can cause enough ruckus for Noctum to slip in, and Noctum can take out Soda, I think this is a cap for Vikings.
One is
I don't-
somewhere by minimarket.
I don't think so. I don't see Shadow would have to run in and distract, but then Noctum would have to go around the other way through mini market, and I don't know if there's enough time to do both. 56 seconds. Soda goes down.
That opens up an opportunity now for Noctum to get in there and cap. Virus
calls
crashing
come
in on
out.
objective.
Push,
40
push,
seconds.
push coming from Shadow. Nardu finds Noctum. Nardu gets the call out onto Shadow's position.
This is the last
Shadow-
30 seconds here.
Shadow has to go in there to get this kill to clear this building, and he's exposed when he does it. Nardu with a nice rotation around the backside finds him.
Oh,
Aimless take their 4th point and 2 maps, putting them up 4-0 in the standings.
I believe so. Yeah, they won both maps against beginners. They won both against Vikings. They're currently undefeated right now on the whole scoreboard thing that everyone's looking at. The standings. So yeah, my god. ALG
figure
are
this-
playing so well today.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna be. They just have one more round. Well, 2 more maps after this, and then top 2 go to the semifinals, I think. Right?
That is correct. Top 2.
Yes. So.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for patiently awaiting this next series. We've dipped in and out of some other games, tuned into the Vikings matchup, resulting in an ALGW and ultimately ALG locking themselves in for one of those two positions. I think they're going to be essentially securing that top spot, but they still have a series to play against the likes of Vikings, and I'm curious to see how. Against. They still have this series against Silent Purge that we're tuning into. Vikings is going up against Beginners, getting my teams mixed up. But I want to see what Silent Purge can do here. I want to see if they can kind of rally back, because it's still not over. You know, just because Silent Purge has lost a few games and Beginners have won a couple, you know, Vikings can beat Beginners, you know, and if Vikings put out a couple of defeats to Beginners, this whole second place thing is still so close. So Silent Purge need to come in here, need to stay focused, and need to try and take some W's against ALG, who, for all intents and purposes, has been playing very good today.
Exactly. ALG is locked in right now. We know we're going to see them in the semis, and then it's just a matter of what happens on this last round.
Yeah.
And it's up in the air. I mean, I think there's a strong likelihood that Beginners will take it, but any given Sunday, so to speak, in Onward means that things can happen that surprise us. I mean, we didn't expect ALG to take the top seed. I think a lot of people were saying ALG had a good shot at the second seed, but everybody was saying Beginners are going to be number one. So already our expectations have been violated, and I don't think there's any reason to believe that that can't happen again.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can kind of get an idea of where things are going to shake up, at least for this series in front of us, by taking a gander at the picks, bans, and Sleepy and the analyst desk. What do we got coming out of the bans today?
Yeah, so from the side of Aimless Gaming, we have a ban on to Downfall, and from the side of Silent Purge, we'll be seeing a ban of Subway. So Downfall, you know, I'm not too disappointed with the ban on Downfall. You know, those matches tend to drag out for a while. We tend to see really slow play. It takes a while for things to go on, and then oftentimes, more often than not, too many things go on at one time for us to be able to accurately capture. And, you know, you lose a real picture of what goes on in the round because of it. You end up tracing routes that lead up to nothing but suspense and expectation, and then eventually things break into chaos, and one person comes out on top, and at the end of it, you really don't know who's done what until the dust settles. So I like when we keep things at a more tactical level here, and so I'm glad to see Quarantine here coming in for our first map. It's a good balance map. Yes, it does have the long range, and yes, you can play it quite slowly. I mean, we did just watch Beginners and Silent Purge play on this map just a few minutes ago, and it wasn't a quick one by any means, no, but it can be. It definitely has that potential to be that quick map and that aggressive map with the pressure, but I haven't really seen many of these teams playing that way yet today. There's not been a lot of overly, you know, obvious aggression coming out from anyone. And I think it's because of those postseason worries, like, you know, you lose here and it's over.
Yeah, completely agree. We'll see what Silent Purge can do against ALG. Like you said, they went up against Beginners and they did not have a good time. They got close on a couple of rounds and they managed to put up a few points, but ultimately they did lose the map, and now this is, interestingly enough, Silent Purge's pick. They picked it against Beginners as well, lost it there. And so we'll see if ALG are going to take this. They're kicking it off on defense on Quarantine. Map number 1 of the final series of Group B. Going to determine who our top 2 are. They're going to go to those semis.
Hey, you're a monster.
Yeah, ALG, I mean, they have their seed confirmed now. Not surprised to see them being a bit more aggressive on defense. Nardu and Captain Soda already on the east side of the roof. I mean, they can experiment a little bit here and do what they might not have done in the earlier rounds now that they know they have a spot in the semis. Maybe just have a little more fun, so to speak, in this. And I think we are going to see some of that right now.
Definitely still seeing that reserve Silent Purge style of play here, even on offense, even on this west spawn. They are being very careful pushing up here. They recognize the danger that they could be putting themselves in, but I don't think they expect this far forward of a defense. There is nobody holding back on objective, and honestly, with this OBJ, I kind of like it. I feel like it might be better to push forward here in front of the objective instead of letting them crash to it. It's worked off so far. 2 kills coming out here. Here comes the third. Can Sri Lankan deny it? No, he can't. Shots aren't landing onto Fume. Fume's looking for a piece through the hole in the wall, but he can't get it himself, and it's an exchange back and forth on this north side. Down he goes unexpectedly to Soda, and Purge are getting purged themselves down to 2.
They got the cutoff.
And like you said, nobody is on objective. It's 5 pushed forward. And it's kind of a weird psychological game because they can play kind of relaxed and aggressive. They can force this offensive squad to play defensively. I mean, they are trapped in the West now. They have to be careful, try to get picks, whereas they can just afford to play a lot more aggressively and get in their face. Fume's about to pick up Flossie. There it is, and it's... Jeez, we just passed the 3-minute mark, and it's already down to a 5v1. And it looks like ALG is just going to go hunting now. They are not concerned about protecting the objective.
Oh my god.
I mean, all 5 up, no trade, so they have to have an accurate kill count now.
Yeah.
They're just going to hem this guy in. He took some shots earlier, too, so they know he's in the West.
They really are surrounding him here. Here comes the swing in through the tunnel. Fume scoops up Don Patron, the final defender. ALG looking to make quick work of this series, kicking off round 1 with a W.
Yeah, pretty effective defense there, and I think I might agree with you. NightFiree, I'm line defense on this particular objective, as it has been shuffled back. It's a little bit more protected in some ways, but not in others. You know, there's the building there. You can actually cap from inside there. You have the protection of the tank from certain angles if you were to try and cap from outside. But if you can get your defensive line out, especially out in front of that tunnel entrance there by the plane engine in the tank courtyard, you have a really good chance of stopping almost any opportunity that the offense has of exiting either spawns, north or south, though I would say that the south would be much harder to control if they got that particular spawn, since that one requires a lot less movement across the map to make it to the south warehouses, south hospital, where they can also take up elevated positions and fire back on you. So, I mean, it was a great play there from ALG, from Nameless Gaming, and I wonder if, you know, that same aggression might not have ended some of these rounds that they played earlier a bit faster, because, you know, as we saw, it was quite effective for them to get in the faces of this Silent Purge team and just kind of pressure them and push them back into the corner and make them feel boxed in.
I think the thing I liked most is that getting up onto into the ambulance corner and pushing into this 2-story. It is incredibly aggressive. You have to cross that street to get there, but if you can hold a position here, you've got some great angles down onto that defensive, onto anyone trying to cross out to get to that objective. Of course, I think also really interesting to note that defense, you can only go there if you have a strong north. If you're guaranteed that your coverage is solid in the north, because if you don't, then the flank can happen. They can rotate around the north side and come in through the back of the building and cap inside. Here we are seeing a bit of aggression from Silent Purge, but only out of a couple of them. Rushers is pushing up forward into this courtyard. John's going to be popping out up onto that roof, and we'll see if Rushers is ready for him.
Looks like Silent Purge is not returning the favor. They've got rushers up in tank courtyard, but other than that, they are playing back. And ALG is not wasting any time. Rushers has been ID'd now. He's going to get hemmed into this tank courtyard if he's not careful. He's getting surrounded on both sides.
What's interesting to note is a push coming in from Sri Lankan on the north. He's trying to trap those up on the roof. He's snagged one. Fume's looking for the refrag, gets it in a trade. Meanwhile, back up in the courtyard, Rusher's still, getting team killed. Hoochie pops up and decides he wants a piece of the action.
Wow, that was critical. Having that person pushed up in front was a great backstop on their more passive defense, but now that he's gone, they just have this line of people near the objective, and ALG can continue with a bit of an encirclement. And I would assume Captain Soda has some sense of where Hoochie is because those shots were fired. It looks like he's watching that's North Road. He does not have an angle on Hoochie yet. Meanwhile, John making his way to the south side of the hospital roof.
Roof down.
Oof.
Nice shot. Looks like Seaquick is going to run back to the north roof and potentially get this revive. They still have 2 minutes, 45 seconds, so that's not completely out of the question. There is enough time for a rotation. And that's a tough place to down somebody because unless you're nearby and you can toss a grenade, you have no choice but to just assume that they are not dead. And if they are not dead, they have a great overview of the entire map. So Captain can sit here and give call-outs until Seaquick revives him, which is going to happen in just a few moments.
Don taking some shots. The rotation from Don Patron most likely going to catch John out here if he's not ready for it. Shots ring in, these miss. Don keyed in. Rez gets picked up on the top of the roof. We're into that 3v3 right now. It's 1:50 left. ALG want to pile on, but Silent Purge need to keep this close.
Seaquick and Soda now making their way into the rooftop courtyard. Hoochie trying to see. Now, he's watching north. He is not expecting a push through the center like this. He's not careful.
I think he just got ID'd. I saw a laser from Soda right onto him there.
Yeah, he knows he's there, and Hoochie's poking himself out. A little bit of junk in the trunk outside of that barrier. He pops up and shoots. I'm assuming he saw somebody crossing.
Seaquick in the hole in the wall. As Flossie gets picked up, the information not radioed to him. Seaquick tried to toss that nade a different direction, but ends up bouncing it off the wall. It doesn't go his way. Hoochie stays able to see. I'll look for Seaquick at the APC. Can't find anything. Soda's here as well. The rotation on the edge from Don actually results in a kill. 2 of them to make that Soda and Seaquick go down. John CZ is crashing, though. He's trying to push the front of OBJ. He's going to be a threat to Hoochie there on that front line.
He's capping. He's
check?
capping. Nope.
Wow. Wow, that was fast. What the heck? We usually give at least 5 or 10 seconds before something secure like that. And when you're under pressure, to go in like that, I mean, Sleepy, did you time that? What was that? 2 seconds? 3 seconds? That was an incredibly quick cut.
I didn't time it, but yeah, I'd say about 2-3 seconds would be a fair estimate. It was very fast, and I mean, why didn't Hoochie check that objective? You were just off objective. You know it was you and the other guy, and you were both rotating that. Why do you not get a visual confirmation on the objective and make sure it's clear? I will not understand that. That was totally Silent Purge's round to win and to even the score up. Now they've lost it. Yeah. They've lost an additional point, and they're 3-0 down on this first map. That is not a good sign. I mean, I actually thought that was an impressive little double that they managed to pull off to kill Silent. Or not Silent, but Soda and Sri Lankan there on that push. And then for it to just, or not Sri Lankan's on the other side. I can't, all these Americans playing on EU teams, it's confusing. But yeah, so when they got that double frag there and then we're rotating back to cover the objective, I'm like, oh, okay, this is it. Seaquick he's running onto the objective. He's not paying attention. He's being very cavalier. This should be an easy pick for Silent Purge to end the round and finish it to even the score back up. But no, unfortunately, Hoochie decides that he's not going to risk it. He's going to stay tucked in, and the cap comes out. And that just, you can't have that. Take the chance and die. Lose that 1 point over the 2.
You know, what it does come down to, too, is ALG continues to play good. You know, the move from John
They haven't
there,
given up yet.
the move from John to drop off there, push in, and just charge up to objective. It's a solid maneuver. You know, he's hearing the shots on his other end. He knows the distraction's there. He had to make that choice early, too. As soon as those bullets started ringing out, he was moving because he had to go down the stairs, out the back of the building, come all the way down that street. And so, you know, that was a very savvy play there from John to be there and get there in time, because ultimately they did check the angle essentially as he capped it. So yeah, some errors for sure on Silent Purge's end, but I hats off to ALG too for getting up there so quick and for John to push in and get that cap.
I'll tell you another thing. I'm buying Hoochie some prescription lenses for his VR headset for the days, because that guy, I don't know if it's that or if it's something that he's seeing differently in his headset, but his team kills today is just borderline unacceptable at this point. I mean, I love the guy to death. Hoochie and I go, but man, it's just been crazy today.
At this level, at the top 7, we have the expectation, you know, of near perfection at least, you know, and I think a lot of these players expect that out of themselves as well. A trade between rushers and Quick on the north. Here's the push. We got to pay attention, Sleepy. We can't buy time. Don's in front of OBJ. John's not going to let that happen to him. He scoops that kill up, and Hoochie's still here. The Silent Purge offense pushed right up to this objective without really any much contest. A lot of the defense is awkwardly positioned. John's honestly the only one here. This is a very interesting setup. This could be counter-capped by Silent Purge.
Yeah, and Soda is getting off his position so that he can go revive on, who is this, C-Quick. And once again, like you were saying, I mean, that's even fewer people on objective. I don't know if Captain Soda and C-Quick are going to turn that into a flank or something, but
yeah,
it's just a bit of a dangerous move. And I would expect Silent Purge is willing to take some risks here because they're so far behind.
Huge pickup. Fume down on objective Sri Lankan. If he can snag Nardu, there's nobody there.
Yeah, the only downside is it's going to be very hard to spot Nardu within the objective, although, as I say that, he's rotating out into a more visible position.
Rez comes out from Soda, C-Quick, and Captain trying to drop back to the objective. Can they get there in time? And will Silent Purge push appropriately is the question. Because if this Rez comes in, then everything worked out perfectly for ALG. Everything exactly how they would have hoped. They get their Rez, they get back to position, no contest. And now it's up to a 4v3. Yeah, they are now nicely set up for defense. Coverage back. They have both sides of objective. Soda's here. Suddenly, the egg becomes a lot harder to crack.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression would have been well placed there. And Hoochie goes down on the south street. Sri Lankan's still in the south 3-story, so he has a view onto the objective. Problem is, if he catches one, he will almost certainly be spotted by the other. And DeFlossy had a little bit of a delayed flank, but he's coming in from the north. He should see C-Quick.
He is really focused in an interesting spot. I don't know why he wouldn't be looking forward here, either way.
And Flossie just got called out by C-Quick. So they know he's there. I don't know if anybody knows if Sri Lankan's there. I haven't heard any comms yet.
How did he get spotted by? Oh, he saw him through the windows, maybe?
I think so. And C-Quick's going to pick him up. And that's it. Aimless 4-0 Silent Purge. That's the end.
A chaotic back and forth, but it is going to be map number 1 into the hands of ALG in a very solid fashion. This is them really locking it in, and I think this is essentially beginners advancing, if I'm not mistaken. Unless, again, beginners lose 2 to Vikings? I don't know. Someone do the math out there.
It's all relative. I think even if beginners lose 2 to Vikings, they would have to lose out pretty heavily, if I'm not mistaken, for Silent Purge to be able to counter them again. But we'll see. You know, things happen. We've already seen what was the underdog coming in today, essentially sealing
the top spot against this series of veteran teams. So we'll just have to see what unfolds in that round. But for this one, that was a clean walkaway there for Aimless Gaming. A strong defense. Silent Purge did fail to kind of capitalize on an opening that they had there while they still had a little bit of advantage on the objective side, and they paid for it ultimately, but still it was a good attempt there at the end. Sri Lankan able to get the refrag opportunity towards Flossie and you know, various other reasons, but you know, they were up against it and they really had nothing to lose by throwing it against the wall and seeing if it sticks at this point, because Aimless has proven to be a tough competitor today.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, you want to talk about a team to watch. ALG is just, this is wild. They're relatively fresh as a team, and they are getting top-notch experience. They have pushed all the way through the Challenger Cup, so they know what that feels like. They've gone through that grueling slog of games for 6 hours. They then went on to win their Challenger Cup series, doing it in 2, I believe. And now we have them going undefeated here in the closed qualifier, their round robin. They're still playing well. You know, this has been a long day. This has been 5-6+ hours of gaming in VR against teams that are very good, and they have managed to continually come out on top. They are really impressing me here today with their display, and I am very interested to see how they do when we get down to the semis and finals, when that pressure really starts to get on and the reality of the fact that you could earn some serious prizing starts to sort of tickle in the back of your head. You know, it's a lot to deal with. Theta, you would know. You're competing in it next week.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, there's even more pressure boiling up in my mind thinking about it. It's going to be a challenge. I mean, for everybody involved. What's interesting is I think a lot of players, especially at the lower brackets, fantasize about getting into this situation. But what people don't really understand, you can't internalize it till you've experienced it, is like it just gets harder. Like every round you want to just relax a little bit, but every round you actually have to get tighter and tighter with your game because mistakes become more and more significant. So anybody that's in the semis is going to be a little on edge. There's a lot on the line, and you just cannot make mistakes. So I'm personally looking forward to it. It's my first time there, but lots of pressure, no doubt.
If you are wondering where that's going to be broadcast, it'll probably be right here on VR Master League, nowhere else, and also on Venues. So if you do enjoy yourself over that Venues experience, you can tune in and watch the semis and finals next weekend. Do not miss it. You're going to want to catch that action. It's going to be the best Onward we've had. We got a map here still left in Group B today. ALG and Silent Purge duking it out on Cargo. Maybe they want to wrap this up quick. I'm not sure what the playstyle is going to be. Soda finds one out the gate as Rushers tries to swing wide into a very toxic lane. Sri Lankan charging forward, snags one with a nice shot up over the top of the crates, and down goes a couple of Silent ALG defenders. A team kill there. No, it wasn't actually a kill over the shoulder. Sri Lankan's pad out. He gets scooped up on the back end. DeFlossie's here. Seaquick on a wide rotation. Silent Purge have an opportunity to cap, but DeFlossie's not taking it.
Fuck off.
Yeah. And Seaquick, yeah, Flossie didn't have any way of knowing it because we have kind of the God's eye view, but nobody was on objective. A cap opportunity did exist. Seaquick had flanked way out, and now Seaquick has readjusted, coming down to the tunnel side to check for that flank. And Seaquick about to peek. Oh, and Hoochie just misses him. He's looking the wrong way for just the wrong moment.
I don't know what happened there. He went to grab something, and he grabbed his knife instead and threw it. And I think that drew his hand off of his rifle for just a second, delaying his reaction time there. A great, fantastic nade right where his enemy was. Seaquick has rotated.
And one thing you'll notice about all the ALG players, they do not, if they take a shot, you can pretty much expect they're not going to be there a few seconds later. They rotate a ton.
Huge swing from Seaquick here. He gets a little noisy. Uchi spots it out, picks it up. Silent Purge managed to hang on and finally put a point on the board against ALG. They go up 1-0 on Cargo.
Well, what was definitely a missed opportunity turned into a possible missed round opportunity to a clutch from Hoochie. All told, interesting sequence of events happening there for sure, for both sides, in fact. Again, yeah, like Theta said, DeFlossy not really having enough intel there to really go for that cap. There wasn't enough time for many of the callouts to come out. Some died so quickly, others just weren't able to call out anything before they were also taken down. So I mean, you work with what you have, but it did allow for John CZ there to pop around and stop that a little, or I'm sorry, for C-Quick to clutch that back a little bit for his team before ultimately succumbing there to Hoochie. But yeah, good round, and almost what I thought might happen was that Silent Purge get a cap, and it was happening. You know, Sri Lankan was there at first, but ultimately unable to succeed.
Moving on into round 2, we'll see if they can continue a bit of winning here and redeem themselves a bit in what has been a tough group stage. Soda waiting for a swing, doesn't catch it. Sri Lankan stays behind cover. Soda's going to check this doorway, finds a bit of trading there with Don. Fume's going to get the confirm, and now the push comes out. Don picks up Hoochie through the doorway, down to 3 for Silent Purge, but they've got their diamond covered, so it's going to be no easy task for ALG to push in.
Rushers punishes them for rushing into the center.
Big pickup there. Oh no, the team kill as Fume swings in front of C-Quick. And the nade from John catches out Rushers to lock up the round. Surprise to them as much as it was to us. Tied things up, 1 apiece. I think we're going to be going to Sleepy more often than we're going to be casting this because these are quick rounds.
Yeah, well, the problem with those quick rounds is it doesn't give you much time to really make any notes or to notice what's really happening. I mean, I was kind of fixated on the right side, you know, facing towards the offense's push, and you know, a flash was put out and then a push was made from the Silent Purge side, but they were watching another door. So they weren't ready for the offense that was there. Then the grenade trade, it came. I mean, it was just a lot to happen in that one moment. I think at this point, I think Silent Purge isn't trying to hold up time for anyone. Again, they are an EU team with some folks in a later part of their day and or night and or morning tomorrow.
Sunrise.
So, you know, they at this point they might realize that there's not really a need to keep pushing it, but we'll see.
I realized I jinxed us into oblivion, and I was thinking I was just joking, but I said we're going to be here till sunrise, and it's the EU sunrise that we're going to be here till. So that's my fault. That's been a long day, but frankly, it's been a long day of Onward. So who are you to complain?
More East Europe, Asia sunrise, but yeah.
Either way, we're into round 3. Flashes coming out over the top. The first frag finally lands. Down goes 1 for ALG. Silent Purge. Maybe should have been playing this way the whole series. C-Quick scoops up Sri Lankan, getting a little bit in front of his team. The refrag from over the top of DeFlossy doesn't find C-Quick, and the push continues to come out. Rushers in. Don gets scooped up by Soda. The refrag from DeFlossy. Fume looking for the angle down onto that other opposite end, but there's no one there, and Hoochie's lagging a little bit. DeFlossy's here in the diamond. Hoochie sitting on that backside, still hasn't pushed forward. Eventually he'll reinforce, and you got to worry about the TK.
Yeah, these cargo rounds sort of defy analysis because things happen so quickly, and now we get a chance to slow down and see exactly what their approach is going to look like. Hoochie taking his time underneath the pipes. He sees C-Quick, but did not catch him. You can hear his frustration. There goes Flossy. It's all up to Hoochie now, and Hoochie trades. Aimless Gaming up 2-1 now.
You know, we don't talk about it a lot, but this game isn't very easy. You know, it takes a good bit of skill to be good at the game. You know, when you think about a shooter, you can see with a 1-for-1. Oh, this person, he's moving the mouse. He's good at aiming with the mouse. There's so many different elements that you have to factor in here. These guys are aiming a gun for all intents and purposes as if you would in real life, with both hands up. Any sort of movement in those hands, any shifting causes your gun to move, and so it really is a skill to be able to shoot accurately in this game. It takes a lot of time invested to really hone in how to be a good shot, and we've seen a couple of missed shots, you know, in today as a whole in this group stage, and they hurt. If you can't land your shots when you have the opportunity, it almost always comes back to bite you. And sure, there are some other elements that may be in play, but I've definitely seen some missed shots. Huchi there doesn't miss his shot as he scoops up the confirm. Fume goes down, and Fume picks up Flossie. Flossie trying to peek the doorway. Don looks for that refrag, can't find it, and we're very quickly into a 4v4.
Yeah, just past the 20-second mark, and death is already in the air.
Don seeing his toes tip, and he actually tickles him. Down goes Don from a laughter fit, and now Nardu's looking for the refrag. Actually, Don picks up that kill. Excuse me, I keep misreading the kill feed. Nardu's going to go to the same spot, and that's a risk. Nade comes out. No, just a flash. Don getting scooped up on the backside. I did not see the duo of Soda and Seaquick getting aggressive here.
And this is a more traditional ALG offense, stacked on one side, although they're about to run into a stacked defense as well. Rushers watching down that pipe alley. Sri Lankan shifts over to support Huchi on the opposite side. And now down to a 2v1. Man, I'm just trying to keep up with everything that's happening, but I just got to keep zipping from one spot to the next. I don't catch everything.
A fast bit of movement there from ALG to top off that round. They are definitely trying to run away with this one. We're probably just going to stay on this scene here, not go to the scoreboard, because we're going to be diving right into this next round pretty shortly. To your point earlier, Sleepy, yeah, these teams very clearly have loosened up. You know, they recognize the situation they're in. This is more akin, I would say, to maybe a competitive public lobby, something that you know, if you were to be joining against these guys on any sort of day in the week, this is how maybe they'd be playing, a little less locked in and still good and still skilled. But
yeah, you pretty much read my mind. I was gonna say some of the Purge kind of looking more like a comp lobby, like a scrim play. With the exception of they are still trying to make the plays. Like you see them actively still trying. It's not like they're just rushing out into oblivion and running right into gunfire. They are actively trying to still get these round wins, but they aren't taking their time between rounds like we saw previously. And maybe that's because you know, all day Silent Purge has not been waiting on, you know, we've not been waiting on Silent Purge between round. We've been waiting on their opponents, but right now it's looking like they don't care too much for the planning stage. They're just going to go in and do their thing and just try, you know, just try to get the angles and get the rounds. So we'll see if that pans out for them at the end of this, but Aimless looking to secure this final map in the series with this last defensive round, and Nardu going to start it off well with the first pick.
Solid little bit of killing there. Sleepy mixing himself into the old regular cast in the last round, potentially. He's got to get his...
Oh, what a grenade from Seaquick.
That was excellent. A really savory bounce. Catches out to Flossie, and Seaquick looks like he's going to continue to push forward. Fume finds Sri Lankan. Huchi's the last one alive. He's got to get this res before he gets completely surrounded as he swings out. Flossie doesn't find Seaquick, and Seaquick with the silencer scoops up a double. ALG locking down map number 2, and ultimately the series. A solid performance from them to get them to where they are, and that is an undefeated performance from them in Group B. I would never have predicted that.
Yeah, can't argue against that. That was an excellent performance from them all the way around, and they are now the team to watch in the semifinals, no doubt about it.
I mean, what a story. Yeah, it is exciting. They have really done a good job, seemingly, or really earning their spot here, and going up seemingly against the best teams. But they're the better play. I can't believe it. I'm almost speechless that ALG has gone 6-0 here in this group stage, because I would, like I said, Silent Purge are a good team. Beginners are good teams. They are powerful EU teams. And for them to go down like this to ALG, it's more of a hats off to ALG playing well than anything, I think.
No doubt about it. Yeah, and
I mean, you can't argue that ALG played well today.
Yeah. Any final thoughts on the day, Sleepy? It seems like ALG's locked in. I don't know still who our second is, although actually we do. It's Beginners. With this double loss from Silent Purge, pretty sure that's locked in. And so we're going to see these two moving on to the semis next weekend. I cannot wait. The semis are going to be fantastic. You have to tune into them next weekend.
Yeah, it's still, I was thinking about this as we were on a break between rounds, and it's an odd postseason with Globochem not in the mix, isn't it?
There's some spots to. There's an open sort of position there, if you will. It's and I think a lot of teams have tried to answer to the call. If anything, it's inspired. It's inspired more teams to go. Oh, well, hey, maybe the
Now's
New
our
York.
chance.
Yeah, the New York. The historically, I like to compare them to the Yankees of old. And the Yankees would take World Series constantly. They almost had people rooting against them. I feel like Globo was getting to that point in some extent, but yeah, it's been fun. I think for that reason, because we've really seen teams that maybe we wouldn't have thought would step up to that challenge. ALG being one of them.
Yep, and I'll just say, I have a lot to think about because my team is going to be facing ALG. That's going to be our match next weekend, and they're our road to the finals. We have to beat them, so I'm looking forward to it. I know everybody in this bracket feels the same way. Like, the most challenging games are the ones you want to play. That's where you really get tested. And win or lose, just having the opportunity to play a good team is something that is always on my mind.
Absolutely. We've had a long day here. And so I think we are going to try and wrap things up. There's no post show or anything like that, but I do want to give a shout out to everybody that has tuned in today. If you're still here, hit that follow button on the VR Master League Twitch channel. If you're in venues, thank you so much for tuning in. Come back next weekend. It's going to be even better. There's going to be way less breaks. It's going to be more back-to-back games. You're going to want to tune in. Semis and finals next weekend are a blast, especially with what we've seen today. I don't know what to expect. But a shout out to our sponsors: Pro2 VR, VR Cover, B Haptics, HyperX, Rebuff Reality, Cyber Shoes, Arma, VRware, Asterion, and Fixed Gaming. We did the ad roll for them when we were buying time. You know what their products are. They are fantastic, and we appreciate them to offer all of this prizing to our champions. It really helps, give a little extra oomph for what these teams are competing for. Lastly, a shout out to my co-casters, Sleepy and Theta. Thank you so much for joining me today. It has been a long day of Onward, but an exciting one, and I am very much looking forward to next weekend. With that, we are going to be signing off. We will see you all next weekend. Do not miss it. Tune in for the pre-show. It's going to be awesome. We're going to break down everything. We're going to have highlights. You're going to want to see it. We're going to be all on camera. It's going to be a great time. Be sure to be there. Don't miss it. That's it for us. We'll see you all next weekend.